guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Consumer prices rose much more than expected in March and pushed inflation higher. The Consumer Price Index released on Wednesday found that the cost of goods and services were up 3.5% year over year in March. Rent prices are up for the third straight month. According to the real estate company Redfin, they're also up 8% from last year. Median rent as of March is at $1,987. Crews are continuing to work around the clock to clear debris from the catastrophic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. The U.S. Coast Guard commander saying a priority is also finding the bodies of the 3 remaining construction workers who have been missing since a container ship hit the bridge and brought it down 2 weeks ago. Stormy weather slowed down some of the operations last week, and that may be the case again later this week with rain in the forecast. Congress is considering the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for the Department of Homeland Security. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas addresses the lawmakers during a meeting of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security.
Our immigration system, however, is fundamentally broken, including our asylum system that so significantly impacts the security of our borders and the processes we administer at it.
Some Republicans pushed back on Mayorkas' proposed budget, saying it doesn't do enough to secure the U.S. southern border from the influx of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers. Republicans are also looking to oust Secretary Mayorkas after they impeached him earlier this year on grounds he willingly let in thousands of illegal immigrants with little or no vetting. The head of Hamas's political leadership says an Israeli airstrike killed 3 of his sons, which is an attack that could complicate the U.S.-led plan for a ceasefire in the region. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Annual inflation is up again in March, and underlying price pressures remain stubbornly strong, raising further questions about how much the Fed Reserve will be able to do to cut interest rates this year. Meantime, at the White House on Wednesday, President Biden was asked if he's concerned about rising inflation.
Well, I do stand by my prediction that before the year is out, there'll be a rate cut. This may delay it a month or so. I'm not sure of that. We don't know what the Fed is going to do for certain. We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office.
In reality, inflation has averaged 5.5% year over year under President Biden and averaged 1.9% under former President Donald Trump. Israel says retaliation by Iran will result in an Israeli attack. The Islamic Republic news agency reporting Tehran promised it would respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader said consulates and embassies are considered soil of that country. Give me a break off that Krispy Kreme. 3 new flavors of Krispy Kreme Kit Kat donuts are being introduced for a limited time. Lovers of the donuts and candy bar can choose from the Kit Kat Cookie Dream Donut, the Kit Kat Salted Caramel Brownie Donut, and the Kit Kat Crunch Donut. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, are you ready to roll? Ready or not, here we go. It'll be a brand new day. We are working our way from time zone to time zone into the 11th day of April. So that would be a Thursday, right? Yes, Thursday, Friday Eve. Start looking toward the weekend. Glad to have you with us out of the box here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Kind of a cloudy, dreary night outside the secret bunker, and what appears will ultimately be a very dreary day ahead. Rain, rain, rain. Wow. Now, we'll start things off with a look at our traveler's weather, as we typically do here on the Overnight Drive, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. As we start things off this morning, we did see quite a bit of severe weather through the past day. We have not seen any tornado warnings or even severe thunderstorm warnings in at least the last 5 or 6 hours. What we are seeing is flood warnings. And we've seen a ton of flash flood warnings as these torrential rains continue to come down, especially in the southeast. Tonight, it's in particular the Florida Panhandle and about the southern two-thirds of Georgia that are in that torrential rain. The system that's just moving so slowly. Typically, you'll have the rains come in, whether it's a line of thunderstorms or whatever the case is, and they pretty quickly move from west to east. With this system, that is not the case. This thing is just crawling, because it's literally been 3 days where this system's moved from eastern Texas, and now it's just over into southeast Alabama and southern Georgia. Now, as we progress on into a Thursday, they do anticipate we're going to see again the risk of more tornadic activity. We saw some of that on Wednesday. So let's start off right there, break things down what we have. Severe weather, including tornadoes, will continue to press eastward across the southern states into Thursday, as this storm system still intensifying, according to AccuWeather. Some tornadoes might occur well after dark, adding to the danger. Now, what are we talking here? Throughout the day Wednesday, forecasters were tracking a damaging wind event situation that included tornadoes along the Interstate 10 corridor. Situation was deemed a significant threat, focusing the high wind event that continues tonight. Quickly, if I can flip the page here. There are wind advisories. Now, this is just winds in general for much of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina as well. You're going to deal with winds regardless of rain, and some of those winds gusting at 50-plus miles per hour at time. As of late Wednesday afternoon, close to 250,000 utility customers were without electricity, stretching from Texas to Alabama, according to Power Outage US. As these storms roll through some of our major cities in the South, highway travel, airline travel disruptions will continue to mount. Now, there is the forecasters believe there's a high threat of severe weather, including tornadoes, through the past evening. Again, things have calmed down a bit, at least at this hour. But let's look ahead for our Thursday. What are we talking about? Torrential downpours likely around the Atlanta area during the middle of the night tonight, they tell us. In addition to vivid lightning and lots of loud thunder, power outages, street and highway flooding will be possible. The cold front associated with the severe weather begins to pivot northeastward and then begin to accelerate along the East Coast here Thursday. So the severe weather risk continues to shift eastward along the southern Atlantic seaboard. Storms should exit pretty quickly Thursday morning in northeastern Florida, Georgia, and much of the Carolinas. However, the threat may ramp up again due to the warmth of the afternoon, stretching from northeastern North Carolina to the mid-Atlantic. So today, Thursday, it's the Masters tournament supposed to be getting underway. Severe weather with downpours may force a delayed start at Augusta National. They've got the risk of lots of lightning, and it's not good to be on a golf course holding a metal lightning rod, right? There is the potential for damaging winds and some flash flooding in portions of Georgia and South Carolina. Severe storms did trigger high winds, torrential rain last year at Augusta, forcing multiple delays during that tournament. You may recall several trees were actually brought down on the course last year. So Thursday today, scheduled for the tournament's first round. We've had practice rounds Monday through Wednesday. Looks like weather will be more appropriate for the golf to maybe settle in later Thursday afternoon and evening. I'm not sure how much golf they'll actually be able to get in today. Depends on how quickly those storms exit the region. Following a chilly start Saturday, temperatures should rebound to the upper 70s in Augusta for the afternoon hours and should be back into the 80s by Sunday afternoon at Augusta. I guess depending on how much delays they have, could we be seeing maybe final round play maybe on Monday of next week? We'll just have to follow things through the weekend. Yeah, severe weather incidents earlier this week. High winds and hail stretching from northern and western Texas to western Tennessee. There were nearly 4 dozen hail reports, including massive chunks of ice to the size of teacups in Wise County, Texas. Tuesday, of course, we saw more than 100 incidents of hail and high winds. 2 reports of tornadoes from Texas to Mississippi. That was Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So we'll continue to follow things there. And, of course, the flash flooding risk is going to be the big concern. Torrential rains over the south central, and there's a separate area of showers and thunderstorms, not as heavy as what we're seeing there in the southeast. But you're in the rain tonight from Cleveland, Ohio to Detroit, down into the Columbus area. Some sprinkles outside in southwest Ohio, outside the secret bunker, but plenty of rain. Northern Indiana, northern central and southern Illinois. Rains stretching from, say, about Springfield. Heavy rains in the St. Louis area. On back into Springfield, Missouri. Then you head on down into much of Arkansas. About the western half of that state. Some heavier storms moving into northeast Arkansas tonight. So just a rainy night. That'll be slowing down your highway travel speeds, no doubt about it. All right, meanwhile, it's 844-3388. I apologize. Sometimes the best laid plans don't come together. I anticipated having something kind of special to start our show this morning. We'll just have to maybe bump that to maybe our Friday morning show. I had some technical glitches. Awesome song I wanted to share with you. So we'll tell you more about that coming up. But again, sometimes those best laid plans don't come together. Shorty, hello. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, 69 degrees. He's off and rolling for Orlando, turnaround number 2. Jeffrey, also in Florida, ready for a great show, he says. From there, let's head to the northeast. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 57 degrees at the New York-Connecticut state line. Hello, Larry. He's headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Rockpick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Rochester International Airport, clouds 55. Happy Thursday, all you hard-working Americans. The weekend is near, and it's good to be riding with the overnight drive. Watch out for the other drivers out there. Stay safe, obviously, and enjoy. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everybody. Got my shirts ordered and looking forward to seeing those. Thank you for supporting the program. He ordered up some Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts, which you, by the way, can order. It's simply overnightdriveradio.com. You can click on shop. You've got the hats, the T-shirts, the travel mugs, stickers, and that kind of fun. Overnight Drive swag, we like to call it. But thanks to all the professionals out there moving the freight. Thank you, Jerry. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. 61 degrees in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. Kind of a drizzly night. Fit for a great night to film a horror movie. Also a great night to dial up 844-844-3388 and be a part of the show, right? Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits or sit back, heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up with whomever or whatever. Just don't be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. I think Big Ed is actually down in the rain tonight, Macon, Georgia. He's going to try to get some rest, but I have a sneaky suspicion he may be woke up with some of those big rumbles of thunder during the overnight hours tonight there. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, kind of overcast, but we're dry here and still warm in Natural Bridge, Virginia, 63 at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Let's see. Yes, Big Ed did chime in here a moment ago. It's kind of stormy here in Macon, Georgia. Hello to Bradley. You're coming in loud and clear in southern Florida tonight. Good to have you on board. Dave checks in. There's Pap. Good morning, everybody. Kevin as well, and we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Plenty to cover under our industry headlines. Oh, I mentioned some of those stronger storms. It looks like it was probably a tornado. Literally crossed the interstate, I-20. Drone video shows major traffic backups, trees on top of tractor trailers after that storm rolled through in Mississippi. This was Tuesday night, actually. Traffic was halted along Interstate 20 in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Strong winds. There was a tornado warning in effect at the time of that. But drone video shared by some of the live storm media showing long lines of traffic that was backed up on I-20. Trees lying both on top of trucks and lying across the highway there. I imagine the National Weather Service surveyors were probably out this past day looking at that, determining whether it was indeed a tornado. So it is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Off and rolling the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's that secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? We'll get to some of our industry headlines here out of the box on a Thursday morning. All right, speed limiters. Let's start there. There is the legislation known as the Drive Act. 3 more lawmakers expressing support for the Drive Act. That's the bill that would prevent commercial trucks from being required to use a speed limiter. Tuesday of this week, we had Representative Gary Palmer of Alabama that joined H.R. 3039. Senators Ted Cruz of Texas and Ted Budd of North Carolina became co-sponsors on the Senate side, Senate Bill 2671. So those additions bring the total number of co-sponsors now to 41 in the House and 12 in the Senate. In other words, there's still quite the ways to go. Both versions of the Drive Act would prohibit the FMCSA from promulgating any rule or regulation mandating speed limiters. This was introduced last May in the House by Representative Josh Breachin of Oklahoma And then Senator Steve Daines of Montana, the Senate side, July of last year. Both lawmakers argue that the FMCSA's attempt to require speed-limiting devices, just another example of overregulation, and ignores a state's authority to set their speed limits. This has the potential to negatively impact all facets of the agricultural and trucking industries. As Senator Breachin said, I know from experience driving a semi while hauling equipment and years spent hauling livestock that the flow of traffic set by state law is critical for safety. Not some arbitrary one-size-fits-all speed limit imposed by some bureaucrat sitting at his desk in D.C. This rule would add more needless burden. Congress must stop it. All right, we know we've been talking for how many years now. The speed limiters, they had their 15,000 comments. We're just awaiting. What will the rulemaking be? Despite strong opposition from truckers, the FMCSA plans to move forward with that notice of proposed rulemaking. They're projecting now that will be released next month, in the month of May. But there have been numerous previous targets. They keep kicking the can down the road. Maybe this time it will actually happen. They've already missed 2 previous target dates, and a proposal still has not yet been submitted to the White House Office of Management and Budget for review. That review, which is required, can take anywhere from weeks to, in some cases, it can take more than a year. Either way, passing the DRIVE Act would make the FMCSA's rulemaking efforts pretty much a moot point. Say what you may, but all right, well, we can only hope, right? Meanwhile, a recall, what do we have? From the Associated Press, Ford recalling nearly 43,000 small SUVs because gasoline can leak from the fuel injectors onto hot engine surfaces, increasing the risk of fire. But apparently the recall remedy does not include repairing the fuel leaks. How's that work? Recall covering certain Bronco Sport SUVs, 22 and 23 model years, as well as Escape SUVs, 2022 models, all have the 1.5-liter engines. Ford says that fuel injectors can crack and gasoline or vapor can accumulate near ignition sources, possibly touching off fires. Dealers will install a tube to let gasoline flow away from hot surfaces to the ground below the vehicle. They'll also update engine control software to detect a pressure drop in the fuel injection system. If that happens, the software would disable the high-pressure fuel pump that would reduce engine power and cut temperatures in the engine compartment, according to the documents posted this past day on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website. Now, the company says in documents they have reports of 5 under-hood fires and 14 warranty replacements of fuel injectors, no reports of crashes or injuries. In an email, Ford said they're not replacing fuel injectors because they're confident the recall repairs will prevent the failure from occurring and protect the customer. The new software also would trigger a dashboard warning light and allow customers to drive to a safe location, stop the vehicle, and arrange for service. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents filed by Ford say the problem happens in about 1% of the SUVs. They did say they will extend warranty coverage for cracked fuel injectors, so owners who experience the problem will get replacements. They said repairs are already available. Details of the extended warranty will be available coming up in June. So Ford says this recall is actually an extension of a 2022 recall for the same problem. The repair's already been tested on vehicles involved in the previous recall, and they said they're not aware of any problems. They're not recommending that the SUVs be parked outdoors, only because there's no evidence that fires happen when the vehicles are parked and the engines are off. Okay, the executive director of the nonprofit Center for Auto Safety called Ford's remedy to these fuel leaks, in his words, this is a Band-Aid kind of recall. Said the company's trying to avoid the cost of repairing the fuel injectors. Now, a 1% failure rate, he said, is high, and even with repairs, drivers still could be forced to exit a freeway at a low speed, placing them at risk of a crash. How much less power do you have when the high-pressure rail system, the high-pressure injector system gets shut down? And that would be a big pain in the derriere anyway. All right, we'll get to our calls coming up here. What's on your mind as we roll into a Thursday? Any golf fans out there excited about the Masters? It is 844-844-3388. Energy Information Administration expects U.S. coal exports to be directly affected by the collapse of the Key Bridge there. And also they gave us our latest numbers on liquid fuels. We'll tell you what they had to say coming up as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. Additionally, AAA reports a rise of approximately 20 cents per gallon in the average price of gas. President Biden, in response to that report, says inflation has decreased during his presidency.
We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're in a better situation than we were when we took office.
He said his Republican adversaries lack a strategy to address inflation. Israel has warned that any retaliation from Iran will provoke an Israeli counterattack. According to an Islamic Republic news agency, Tehran has vowed to respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, survey says... Yeah, what tops your list of things you want at a truck stop? As I said, survey says parking. According to the new Trucker Path survey of 500 truck drivers, abundant truck parking is the top amenity they look for at truck stops. A total of 441 respondents, like 86+%, chose parking, followed by clean showers, an on-site restaurant, and healthy or fresh food availability. Next came 24/7 truck maintenance service at 29.2%, followed by high-speed diesel pumps at 27%. A total of 21.9% of respondents wanted Wi-Fi services, followed by laundry, driver lounge area, pet-friendly environment, gym or fitness facilities at 10.6%, on-site security at 10% as well, and self-service checkout. Actually, people want the self-service checkout, 8.6% apparently. Truck parking has been in the headlines for, forever and a day. It's considered one of the biggest headaches in the industry. This is the number one issue professional drivers has out there, according to Dave Heller, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs and Safety at the Truckload Carriers Association. Heller also noted that a typical driver, on average, loses $5,000 annually income due to time and fuel lost finding parking. Yeah, we've actually had making some headway as of late. There's a bill on Capitol Hill, actually two bills, House Bill 2367, Senate Bill 1035, that call for $755 million over 3 years to address the issue. Working with our lobbyist on Capitol Hill, we're probably about 5 to 6 co-sponsors away from actually maybe getting something moving on truck parking that would really make a difference. Now, the Department of Transportation did just announce more than $300 million to address the national truck parking crisis. So, yes, indeed, some headway is being made. Parking, big issue. All right, we kick things off. Get to the calls here out of the box. Let's see. Eagle, looks like you got to get up kind of early today, so you wanted to jump in a little earlier than usual. Hello there.
Yeah, I couldn't call in the last 2 nights. Yeah, I got some news. I was busy the last couple of nights. But yeah, before I get to that deal, before I get to the eclipse, Steve, because I didn't get a chance to call in after the eclipse took place on Monday, I wanted to talk about the golf tournament, the Masters, and Tiger Woods. You know, I didn't even know Tiger Woods was playing, Steve. I Googled his name while you had me on hold. That's how much Tiger Woods has fallen off the map in the golf business. People don't even, his name doesn't even appear because he has no chance of winning. I doubt if he even finished all 4 rounds. He might play 1 or 2 rounds and then retire.
Yeah.
He may not even make the cut. What'd you say?
I don't think he made the cut last year, did he?
No, I don't think he made the cut last year, but I'd be surprised if he even make the cut. But yeah, Tiger Woods, I hate to say it, because he was a hell of a golfer when he was, doing his deal, but it's over for Tiger Woods. He might win a little small tournament somewhere, but as far as winning the top 4, the Masters, and the British Open and all that, that's all over. He had a chance to break Jack Nicklaus' record, if he could have stayed healthy, but that's not going to happen. I like Tiger Woods. I hate that his career had to come to this, but like I said, I didn't even know the guy was playing. When they was talking about it on the radio, they never, normally they would say Tiger Woods was playing in the tournament. I haven't even heard Tiger Woods' name. And like I say, I Googled his name and he is playing, but like I say that, I don't think he's gonna do too good. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to say something about the eclipse since I didn't get to chime in on that deal on Monday. I should have stayed in Dallas, man. I drove all the way. Well, I had a load I had to deliver in San Antonio anyway, but they had been saying on the radio and other places that the San Antonio area was supposed to be a good place to be for the eclipse. Mm-hmm. They claimed it wasn't going to be no cloud cover, and they predicted it wrong. You didn't get to see a damn thing except on TV. The weather was too cloudy down in San Antonio to see the eclipse. But I heard that Dallas. I drove right through Dallas. I should have stayed in Dallas. Dallas got a perfect view of the eclipse, and they had been talking about Dallas was supposed to have a lot of clouds, and Dallas was supposed to not be a good place, but Dallas turned out to be probably the best place in Texas because Houston didn't get no view of it either. So it looked like Dallas was the only major city that really got a chance to see the eclipse, and that's a damn shame. Because the next one is going to be like 20 years from now. So, and then that one, and that's supposed to only be in Alaska or something, from what I'm understanding. But yeah, like I say, I watched it on television. On YouTube, and like I say, it's one of the most fascinating things I've seen, Steve. This eclipse, it went, from Mexico all the way up to Canada, and I watched it as it made these different stops in these cities along the way, Indianapolis and up through Indiana into what was it, Vermont, all those places, Niagara Falls, all that. Like I say, that's a once in a lifetime type deal, and I really like seeing what I saw. Like I said, I just wish I could have seen it up close in person, down in Texas, but things didn't turn out that way. Or did they get the eclipse show up in Ohio? I don't think it was too good up there where you was at either, was it?
See, it's just like the forecast you had was good for Santa. Our forecast was we were going to have cloud cover and probably wouldn't see a thing. It turned out Monday, I mean, we had a little rain like overnight. The skies cleared out. It was a beautiful day. I mean, barely a cloud in the sky at all. So we had a perfect view of the eclipse here.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, because I didn't hear nothing about Cincinnati. I didn't know Cincinnati got a good view of the deal. Because, like I said, because there was a lot of people that was disappointed, especially because I had noticed when I was driving down to Texas on Saturday and Sunday, I seen a lot of people. They should have stayed up north. I seen a lot of people with Canadian license plates, Michigan, Ohio. They was heading down to Texas because they thought they was going to get the best view. They should have. It looked like they should have stayed where they was at because they had drove all the way to Texas.
Right.
They drove all the way to Texas for nothing. Yeah, so there was a lot of disappointed people. They spent a lot of money on hotel rooms and gas and all that and didn't get to see anything. But, yeah, like I said, you still could, get a good view of it if you looked at it on the YouTube and TV and everything. So it turned out to be good, for the whole situation. I still got it on video and everything. So, so I can always, look at it, in the future. But, I wanted to say one other thing right quick before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's about this situation with, unfortunately, Joe Biden, and the situation with Israel. Israel, like I say, I never thought Joe Biden would do what he's doing, in that situation with Israel, trying to reprimand. Can you believe that guy Steve is actually trying to reprimand somebody and tell somebody else that they doing a bad job, because of this attack when Israel, they mistakenly hit those people last week. It was a mistake. It wasn't done on purpose. And, Joe Biden is talking all this. He's going to cut money. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. I guess Joe Biden forgot about those Marines that got killed a couple of months ago at the expense of him over there in North Carolina. I guess he forgot about those other Marines that got killed in Afghanistan due to him. I guess Joe Biden ain't made no mistakes while he was in the White House, Steve. It's funny how these people lose their memory all of a sudden. People like Joe Biden. So but I got bad news for Biden. I ain't forgot about it, my man. So you can continue talking bad about Israel all you want, but I know Biden has made so many blunders. I'll be talking the rest of the night, Steve, to go over all the things that Biden has done in the last 3 years. So all those people that are focusing on Israel and what they got going on, just remember Joe Biden and that'll show you who the real deal is. And like I say, his clock is ticking, Steve. Hopefully we got about 6 or 7 months to the election, and hopefully this eclipse is a sign of the future, and hopefully that's a good sign that's the end of the line for Mr. Joe Biden, and we can get America back on track again. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, glad you got a chance to check in there. And how bad would that suck? You spent all that money, you traveled, you drove hours and hours to make your way into a zone where you couldn't see anything. Daggone it. I guess, Joe made the case for his reelection this past day. It's another one of those laughers. I don't know if Eagle even caught that one yet. He made the case for his reelection yesterday, arguing he's ready for 4 more years because, quote, I'm in the 20th century. Speaking with reporters next to the president of Japan at the White House, Biden says, quote, elect me. I'm in the 20th century. Then he corrected himself, saying, the 21st century. Not the first gaffe or inaccurate statement, Eagle, as you were just saying. Of course, White House Special Counsel Robert Hur described him as the elderly man with a poor memory. Numerous times and maybe several times during each speech, he does these sort of things. He has stated his favorite memory of 2023 was the alleged improvement of the U.S. economy. And of course, he claimed he never met with Hunter Biden's associates, despite the photographic evidence. He said Russia's President Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. He's maintained he only had 6 grandchildren, of course, ignoring Hunter's out-of-wedlock child. On more than one occasion, he's declared that his son died in Iraq, which was not the case. Trying to decrease these number of mistakes, White House aides actually give Biden note cards and tell him to stay on the pre-written script. Reuters reported back in January his planned words are typically fully crafted and vetted by a host of advisors. That strategy appeared to be in process at his press conference yesterday. Asked about the Hamas-Israel war, Biden appeared to read answers from the note cards. This doesn't do a whole lot to calm our concerns about his mental fitness. All right, 844-844-3388. I was not aware as well. Typically, for years and years, anytime, the Masters is approaching, Tiger Woods would dominate headlines about the possibilities of his comeback in recent years. And according to the New York Post, I found this past day, wow, it says he still thinks he can win. Believe him or bet on him at your own peril. Tiger Woods, at 48 years old now, and more physical ailments than major championships on his stunning resume, playing in the 26th Masters this week. Tuesday, he said he still believes he has it in him to win a 6th green jacket. If everything comes together, he said, with 15 major titles to his credit, I think I can get one more. Now, he added with a bit of a smile, do I need to describe that any more than that? Are we good? Yeah, this remains his preferred reality. He's stuck in the phase where he's talking himself into the belief he can still win major championships. This, he says, though, is the actual reality. Again, from the New York Post. He has no interest in entertaining the thought, at least publicly. He's well into the phase of ceremonial golfer, even if he doesn't know it yet. Woods is kind of like Nolan Ryan believing he can still strike out 20 guys at his retirement age of 46. He's Wayne Gretzky believing he can still score 60 goals at his retirement age of 38. He's Larry Bird believing he can still drop 55 points in a game at his retirement age of 35. He's Tom Brady believing he can still throw 50 touchdown passes at his retirement age of 44. The fact is, Woods is in the early stages of what Arnold Palmer and Jack Nicklaus eventually became at every Masters. An all-time great who golf fans would feel privileged to watch still play, despite the fact that everyone knows they can no longer actually compete to win. Now, Woods, his world ranking is plummeted to 959th. Wow. He's only played in one tournament this year, then he failed to make it through 2 rounds, withdrawing from the second round of the Genesis Invitational back in February with the flu. The last PGA Tour event in which he played all 4 rounds was in last year at the Genesis Invitational. The only other full-fledged event he played last year was the Masters, where he had to withdraw after 2 rounds due to his physical ailments. For fans, it'll be, I remember those years. We all get older, and, when the all-time greats are out there, playing, it's fun to watch. You pull for them. Now, they might have an awesome stroke here and there. They could even, muster a hole-in-one. garnering massive cheers from the gallery. But it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Rex checking in. Rex was a first-time caller here a couple weeks ago. You too could be like Rex. For being a first-time caller, he got a $60 voucher to use at Hot Shot Secret. He says, just used my $60 free Hot Shot Secret code. Thanks for the coupon. Not running tonight. I did a day run, so I'll run to Tennessee Saturday and Sunday. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend. All right, Rex, thank you for checking in. Thanks for being a first-time caller, but now you can be a second-time caller, right? Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve. Overnight family. I got to get up early to see the orthopedic surgeon. So I'm just checking in here. All right. Good morning from the Hacienda in New Mexico. There's Heatwave. Hey, Mr. Summers, please pass along my number to the CNI dog. I'll be heading for Salt Lake City tomorrow night, but tonight I'm just resting and recuperating. All right, my apologies there. Heatwave, I actually got the email last evening from the CNI dog asking me to send you his number. So I did that here a few minutes ago, as soon as I saw your message, so you guys can connect with one another, right? Arizona Window Truck checking in Lordsburg, New Mexico tonight. And Pat talking about Joe saying he's living in the 20th century, right? He said, well, the great white dope isn't lying, people. People with Alzheimer's and dementia do actually indeed live in the past. That is true. All right, I see Scarecrow is on board. Just a couple of minutes before we hit news break here. Tell you what, we're actually going to be talking some taxes after the news break, so let me get you in here briefly and maybe call back here when you get an opportunity a bit later. What's going on?
Well, I was thinking that very same thing about Biden there. Bongino refers to him as oatmeal brain. And, he lives in the 20th century, Steve. Every once in a while he's dredging up some falsehood of his life experience and such way. Yeah, it's easy to see why. He's twisted the truth so often that it comes out automatic.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, you're leading the audience on, Steve, with you had this big surprise for us tonight, and now you've shifted it to Friday, Casual Friday.
Yeah.
Now, just reading between the lines, Steve, are you kind of expecting me to share a rendition of that Indian love call as a surprise opening up the program tomorrow night?
Well, I think it would. Let's just say I think it'd be much better than that. It would not make your head explode, if you know what I mean.
Oh, a duet style. I understand now. Yeah. Well, there was a serious side to this call, Steve, but looking at the clock, it would run into it, and I got the fuel stop coming about 2 miles away. So we'll.
And I just realized, yes, we'll be talking to the taxes for truckers here after the top of the hour news, and then I'll be back with live action at the 1:30 break.
Yeah, we'll come in later on. Talk to you later.
Thank you much, Scarecrow. I shared on my Facebook page. It's not like it's a big secret or anything, but I was just kind of asking the audience. I shared a song entitled 1,000 Miles by Josh Malloy. And I think it's a perfect song that kind of describes what the truck drivers deal with out there, life on the road. And that's what I was trying to share that this morning, but all right, we'll be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Annual inflation is up again in March, and underlying price pressures remain stubbornly strong, raising further questions about how much the Fed Reserve will be able to do to cut interest rates this year. Meantime, at the White House on Wednesday, President Biden was asked if he's concerned about rising inflation.
Well, I do stand by my prediction that before the year is out to be a rate cut. This may delay it a month or so. I'm not sure of that. We don't know what the Fed is going to do for certain. We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office.
In reality, inflation has averaged 5.5% year over year under President Biden and averaged 1.9% under former President Donald Trump. Israel says retaliation by Iran will result in an Israeli attack. The Islamic Republic news agency reporting Tehran promised it would respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader said consulates and embassies are considered soil of that country. The assistant principal at a Virginia elementary school where a 6-year-old shot his teacher in the face is facing 8 counts of felony child abuse and disregard for life.
Ebony Parker worked at Rich Neck Elementary in Newport News January 2023 when Abigail Zwerner was shot. Zwerner sued Parker last April, claiming Parker was warned several times that the boy was acting violently.
USA's Ryan Daniels with that report. Give me a break off that Krispy Kreme. 3 new flavors of Krispy Kreme Kit Kat donuts are being introduced for a limited time. Lovers of the donuts and candy bar can choose from the Kit Kat Cookie Dream Donut, the Kit Kat Salted Caramel Brownie Donut, and the Kit Kat Crunch Donut. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Arizona Supreme Court upheld a roughly 160-year-old law that outlaws abortion in nearly all circumstances. This comes after former President Donald Trump released a campaign video about his position on abortion. He was asked before a fundraising event in Atlanta if Arizona went too far with their ruling.
Yeah, they did, and that'll be straightened out. And as you know, it's all about states' rights. That'll be straightened out. And I'm sure that the governor and everybody else are going to bring it back into reason, and that will be taken care of, I think, very quickly.
The Department of Education is asking for additional funds for their 2025 fiscal year budget. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona laid out plans for the funds, including money for graduate fellowships, educator training, and mental health services for students.
My purpose here today is to propose a budget that helps protect and support all of our nation's students, instead of creating a spectacle for the benefit of the media.
The Education Secretary speaking before lawmakers at the House Appropriations Subcommittee meeting. According to a new poll, Hispanic and Latino voters are increasingly turning on President Joe Biden in favor of the presumptive Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump. Ipsos releasing a poll that says former President Donald Trump performs better than his Democratic rival. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome aboard. Here we are, a brand new day. We're rolling into a new day, and we're going to talk about everybody's favorite topic, taxes. We all love taxes. The one thing, well, aside from maybe insurance, that we don't want to have to mess with, but we all have to take care of our taxes. And we're going to be speaking with Leah Whitwood this morning, and she is with Taxes for Truckers, which sounds to me like you specifically help truck drivers with their taxes. Welcome aboard, Leah. How are you?
Awesome. It's great to be here. Thank you.
First thing I want to ask you is maybe tell me a little bit about yourself and Taxes for Truckers, what you guys can maybe do, what you do for the truckers.
Awesome. So I've been an accountant for about 29 years, which every time I say that out loud, I think, where did the years go? But early on in my tax practice, I purchased a tax practice from my college professor. He had a high concentration in the transportation industry, but what I loved about that was I immediately connected to that group of people because my dad was an over-the-road trucker for a very, very long time. And I will tell you, and my dad he's heard me say this, so it's not going to be embarrassing to him. He's an excellent example of everything not to do.
Okay.
And so I saw firsthand the pain a person experiences when they do all the things the hard way. And so I've kept his experiences in the front of my mind, and I've always had just a huge heart for drivers. And so what I found as an accountant is one of my gifts is being able to explain something that other people find extraordinarily complicated in the simplest terms, and I make it digestible because I genuinely have the heart of a teacher. I want to help the tax clients that I have learn to do better. I think that there is, and this makes some people queasy, but there is a fine line between tax avoidance and tax evasion, and I want to help people avoid as much tax as possible.
Well, we all like that answer because we don't want to pay any more than we have to. Now, first of all, trucking is a much different ball game than the average bear when it comes to filing taxes. Maybe how about I start off with what do you think the biggest question you get from truckers is to start with?
Honestly, the biggest question I get is they will start out asking me, my accountant said this or my accountant said that. I was recently at Matt's in Louisville, and a driver said, hey, my accountant said I couldn't deduct my truck. And I kind of did a face palm, and I'm like, oh my goodness, how did you have someone who didn't know you could depreciate your truck? To me, that's really kind of basic, but whoever they were using to help with their taxes didn't know that that was depreciable. So it's frightening sometimes.
So when it comes to truck driver taxes, there are a lot of things that are deductible and there are things that maybe aren't. And that's a good place for us to start. There's always a lot of confusion about what can I or can I not deduct. So how would you maybe want to reflect on that? What would a specific truck tax company like you know that the other, say, the big box guys would not know?
There's some subtle things. For instance, if you went to a big box franchise and you got someone who might have been doing taxes for 6 weeks, they might not know that in the transportation industry, meals and entertainment, 80% deductible, where in other industries, it's 50%. So that's, unless you've looked at specific information related to transportation, you wouldn't just know that. Also, there are deductions you can take for the person sitting in the driver's seat. There are expenses for the additional insurance that person needs. Someone who works for a big box chain store may not have any idea that exists.
And you guys do know the difference from A to B. So over the last few years, I think it's been a few years since I've talked about it, per diem. Per diem was a big thing. Who can take per diem and can't anymore?
You know, that's one of the things that is really changed and I'm not so excited about. And it makes me sad because sometimes I will talk to someone who says, hey, I'm a truck driver. And what I find out is they're a company driver. The company man or woman can't deduct as many things as they used to. So the non-reimbursed employee expense is what that was called. Those have really been phased out, and it's not been helpful, in my opinion, to those drivers who are spending days on the road, but they're not getting to deduct per diem. So the over-the-road truck driver who's an independent contractor, self-employed, that person still has opportunity to claim many of those things, including per diem. But the company driver, not so much.
And that's something that changed here about 5-6 years ago, I believe it was. And I think that's a very confusing thing to drivers today. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It is a conversation I have more than once a day, almost every single day, not just tax season, but as soon as someone hears I specialize in transportation industry, they start asking, well, what about per diem? Well, it depends. It depends on the situation.
And is there some sort of requirement, like you have to be away from home for a certain number of hours per day before you can claim the per diem?
I'm trying to remember if it was 6 hours or 8 hours. For most of the over-the-road drivers that I do, they're counting their nights away because that's the easiest thing for them to count, is I was gone overnight.
Okay, overnight, that's the key, right? So you're not back at your home domicile thing.
Correct.
You can't claim it if you're back at home at night.
Right.
So when it comes to filing taxes, what would you say is the easiest way to help a driver keep track of what they're doing? I mean, every time I buy a meal, every time I purchase fuel, I get receipts. Have you ever had someone send a shoebox full of receipts to you and say, can you figure this out?
Oh, that is hilarious, because you know what? Not only does the shoebox happen, but I had someone walk into my office with 2 black trash bags full of receipts, and he said, how long is this going to take? And I said, it depends on what you have in those bags.
Wow.
So it does happen.
So how do you help them to maybe organize that?
Usually the question comes in terms of, what's the best accounting solution for me to use? I will tell you, the best one is the one that you will use. So it doesn't have to be QuickBooks. It doesn't have to be a spreadsheet. If it makes sense to you to put it in Excel or on a green bar piece of paper that we used to use 20 years ago in the accounting industry, whatever makes sense for the driver. But one of the things that I've recommended is just a plain and simple, like a 9x13 or whatever size envelope, and have it near where they sit in the cab. And when you get in the truck, dump those receipts straight into that envelope. So they're not flying around in the cab. They're not in your wallet. They're not going to get washed in your laundry. Just immediately throw them in that envelope. I have one person who brings me an envelope per month. At least they're sorted by month for me, and that makes my life easier. If you want to get high tech, we recommend a very simple scanner that's about $99. It's not much bigger than a pencil pouch. The driver can have that in their truck. The drivers who work with me on a monthly basis scan those things and send them to me. So when they have a little bit of downtime and they're waiting for their next load, scan those to me and be done with them.
So you can scan them in on a every other day or every week basis, and it'll download into a system to where it's all there, and when the time comes, you can load it in. And
absolutely, there are many cloud-based options for a person to put those in.
Okay, so what kind of other services might you offer to do you primarily work with the owner operators, the independent truck drivers, or?
I can do taxes for anyone. We do a lot of taxes for people who are company drivers, but where I feel like I have maybe the best tax magic available is for that owner operator, the 1099 contractor. We're able to look at, the first thing I go for when I meet someone who hasn't been my client for a long time is I look at their entity structure. I had someone I met 2 weeks ago who said they've been a sole proprietor for going on 20 years. And I said, you have been way overpaying your taxes that whole time. There are entity structures that can change the amount of tax that you owe. And that goes back to my philosophy of tax avoidance is I want you to pay the least amount you need to. I'm about you keeping your money in your pocket.
Can you help me understand a little bit about, you mentioned sole proprietor. I hear something about there's something called an LLC. Do you try to help drivers or recommend drivers to set up? If I'm an independent driver and I own my own truck, should I have an LLC, or what would your recommendation be?
I think in the industry, people assume an LLC is the best choice because they assume maybe it's the easiest choice, or I honestly don't know what the origin of everybody should have an LLC. But if you're the independent owner operator, an LLC might not be the best choice for you. And the primary reason that I believe that is when the independent owner driver takes money out for themselves, they call it paying themselves. But in an LLC, that's actually a distribution of profit and owner's draw. That's not being deducted above the line. So they're taking a portion of profit out. It's their money. They've earned it. But they're going to pay more tax on that than if they were structured in perhaps an S Corp, where we can take those things above the line and deduct it. And so there's just some things that I'm not necessarily a fan of an LLC. And the conversion from an LLC to an S Corp is almost the very first thing I recommend to anyone, is let's get you a better structure so that you're set up going the right way.
Is that the kind of thing you can help a driver do?
Absolutely. I do it all day long.
Okay, because that was kind of the reason I asked the question. I remember an LLC, but S Corp, that's the one I couldn't remember. There's several different options, and those all affect what your tax liabilities are going to be.
Absolutely. It also affects the percentage that you're going to pay. We want that profit that's left in the S Corp, or it's this would be technical, but I don't want to get into the details of driving your tax balance down to zero. But in an S Corp, you can bring profit a little bit lower. And it's not uncommon for people to have losses, honestly. That flowing to their personal return gives them a lower percentage they're going to end up paying. So sometimes people are worried about the double taxation of a corporation. That is not true in an S Corp.
Okay. And so if drivers have questions about that, you can walk them step by step through those sort of things and make recommendations.
Absolutely. That is one of my favorite things to do, is help a person understand, because what I don't like about giving people generalities is it's not one size fits all. There have been circumstances where I've looked at a situation and said, staying in the LLC is the best scenario for you in this moment, in this situation in your life. But generally speaking, the S Corp conversion is the best option, but it's not one size fits all. And so I offer any driver who wants it an hour consultation. We'll go through the variables and talk about their life, because it's not just what they're doing with their truck, but their spouses, their kids, their future plan, to figure out what fits and what's the best for them.
So you're willing to spend some time with individuals. That's a great place to say, where do we find out more about, where can we find your, website? Where's your information available?
Awesome. Great question. We have a website. It's taxes4truckers.com. There's an 800 number. It's 888-TAX4TRK. I've tried to make it simple so nobody's got to stop driving to write this down.
Tax4TRK. Tax for truck.
The phone number.
Okay. And then taxes number 4 trucker. Is it truckers or trucker?
Plural, truckers.
Truckers.com. All right. And you mentioned the phone number. So it's almost tax day. I mean, April 15th is almost here. If a driver hasn't filed yet, is it to the point where they need to get someone to file an extension, or what would you recommend right now?
Absolutely. That is what is most present of mind for me right now, is if you haven't gotten your taxes filed, or even if you've dropped them off to someone and you haven't heard from them and you don't know if they're done, first and foremost, get a 6-month extension. Another common question is there another extension after that? No, there's just one. So you need an extension if you don't already have them back and signed. Then someone who doesn't have a balance due, or someone who hasn't filed in your IFE, I've seen people confidently say, oh, I don't need to worry about April 15th because I have a refund coming. Something that people don't realize is refunds have a 3-year limitation. If the IRS owes you, that's going to expire in 3 years. So there will be refunds expiring on April 15th this year that people didn't realize. You got 3 years to claim that money. So don't be overconfident and think, I have a refund, no hurry. Because if you forget about it, they get to keep your money.
Now, if I'm going to owe on the 15th, is it a misperception that if I file for a extension on April 15, I'm clear? If I'm going to owe, but aren't we supposed to pay something, or how does that work?
That's one of those funny things where if you're going to owe, you're supposed to pay something with your extension. But what I find funny about that is to know the answer to that, you have to do your taxes, which I find to be, it's kind of like a conundrum. And so here's the reality of that. You file an extension and we don't know, but we think you might owe. The IRS would prefer you make a payment with that extension. But what people really need to know is you have 6 months to file, but the interest on that balance due starts April 15th. So if you think that there's a good chance that you're going to owe, get that done sooner than later. Don't wait the 6 months and owe interest that you don't need to. The other thing that I find people don't find out from their other accountants is what on earth are you going to do if there's a balance due? Because I've seen so many drivers get into a scenario where they were shocked with, hey, you have a giant balance due. But most accountants don't sit down and say, hey, this has happened. It's probably an uncomfortable number, but here are your options. If you set up an installment agreement, a payment plan with the IRS, just doing that reduces your interest. If you set up an auto pay, that reduces your interest further. So there are options to address this head on instead of hiding from it. Because if you hide from it, it's going to grow into this giant ugly thing, and nobody needs to have that burden on them.
So nobody wants that big, ugly letter, certified mail coming in 3 years from now. It's not a smart idea to try to hide, right? Throw that invoice or throw that letter away. They're not going away.
They have the luxury of time because they're going to outlive us. And so they can wait you out. I had a driver, one who's super close to my heart, say to me, oh my gosh, they're garnishing my Social Security check. And I laughed and said, Dad, they know where you are now because you're on Social Security.
Wow. Okay. Well, taxes, the thing we all hate, but we have to do. April 15, just around the corner. So again, how can they contact you once again? What's the best way to find Leah?
The easiest way is the website, taxes4truckers.com. Or if you'd prefer a personalized phone call, we're really good at this, 1-888-TAX4TRK.
TRK, Tax4TRK, short for truck. Very good. Anything I've missed, maybe, Leah? Anything you'd want to throw out there? Any advice you'd give to the drivers out there this tax season?
I think you have really covered it very well. I would say to anyone who already knows what they're going to owe this year, if you're not happy with that balance, give me a call and we'll talk about how to make next year a much better tax season for you.
Very good. Well, I thank you so much for taking some time out to join us here this morning. You have I don't know, is it possible to say a good tax season? This is your busy time of year. This is the time you're pulling your hair out. But, after April 15, take a break and then maybe we'll talk again. Thank you so much, Leah.
Awesome. Thank you.
And we'll be back after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, thank you very much, Leah. Tax time. A lot of folks will be pulling out the pencil, sitting at the computer. Does anybody actually do the paper forms these days? It's all computerized now. All right, back with live action. It is 844-844-3388. As we make our way into a Friday Eve coming on. Hello to Glenn checking in. Good morning, Steve. Everybody stay safe out there. Rain, and more rain. Georgia, Florida. I think I may be just about coming out of it in Jasper. 5-7. A little bit late to the party, aren't we? Copy the mail, 5-7. All right, a storm continuing to unload, yes, they say rain, torrential rain over the southern USA this week. The broadened risk of flooding. Small streams and some rivers from Texas to Tennessee. According to AccuWeather, severe thunderstorms, including those that could spawn tornadoes, will be a prime concern. This is a slow-moving system that's continuing to gain strength as it tracks from Texas to Ohio into today, Thursday, as it lumbers along, tapping copious amounts of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico and dumping that in the form of heavy rain and locally intense thunderstorms. There's a massive area where 2 to 8 inches of rain has fallen from this storm system, stretching from central Texas to western Alabama. There are some pockets where 8 to 15 inches of rain had occurred in northeast Texas. That's why we've seen so many flood warnings. Most of the rain has come down west of the Mississippi River. Some downpours will redevelop on into Thursday and Friday, adding to the excessive totals. Rainfall may approach 6 inches into parts of the Florida Panhandle and eastern Alabama. Generally 2 to 4 inches extending northward into parts of the Ohio Valley and portions of the Atlantic seaboard. So the amount of rain that we've got in our forecast is equal to, or in some cases greater than, what would be an entire month's worth of rain, all coming down in just 3 to 4 days' time. So flash flood emergencies were actually issued for multiple counties in northeastern Texas this past day. Within 48 hours of the storm beginning, Jasper, Marshall, and Temple, Texas, had already picked up at least 7 inches of rain as of Wednesday morning, thus the flooding scenario. It is 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. As inflation continues to surge, significant price hikes are evident across various sectors, including auto insurance, baby food, and outpatient hospital services. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. Former President Trump brushed off reports suggesting his campaign is lagging behind Democrats in fundraising. Speaking in Atlanta, he pointed out that despite having less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he emerged victorious. House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning any attempt to remove him from his position would result in chaos within the House. Johnson reiterated his leadership approach Wednesday prior to a meeting with Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene. Greene had previously initiated a motion to vacate the Speaker's chair before the House recessed for 2 weeks last month. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 888-378-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back, as we are back to business as normal. Thursday, here it is, 844-844-3388. Lines are clear. So we'll jump into some other industry headlines. Yeah, I always love to mark these dates on your calendar. We were talking in recent days about the 72-hour road check. That's coming up next month. Here's another you can mark on your calendar. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance announcing July the 7th through the 13th. That'll be this year's Operation Safe Driver Week. The Safe Driving Enforcement Initiative looks to improve driving behavior through educational and traffic enforcement strategies and driver interactions with law enforcement. Throughout that week, law enforcement personnel in North America, Canada, Mexico, U.S., on the lookout for commercial motor vehicle drivers and passengers engaging in unsafe driving behaviors. The typical speeding, distracted driving, following too closely, drunk or drugged driving. Drivers engaging in such behaviors will be pulled over. You may be issued a warning or a citation. The focus for this year's Operation Safe Driver Week is reckless, careless, or dangerous driving. What's the difference? Any person who drives a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property is driving recklessly, according to the news release. Careless or dangerous driving is defined as operating a vehicle without due care and attention or reasonable consideration for other motorists or people on the road. Something you don't want on your record is a reckless driving citation, right? All right, from FreightWaves this past day, the failing pension fund that received a $35.8 billion federal bailout has returned $106.5 million to the government following a determination that their application for aid included about 3,500 dead people. The Central States Pension Fund, providing benefits primarily to retired Teamsters, truck drivers, and their families, fought for nearly a decade before landing that bailout, part of the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that was passed by Congress in 2021. Yeah, it's better known for providing $1,400 checks to most Americans and the extended unemployment benefits to millions of workers during the pandemic. But part of that $1.9 trillion included the $35.8 billion for Central States. Money for struggling multi-employer pension plans operated jointly by unions and employers. Without this bailout, retirees and their families were facing big cuts in their benefits. Central States is one of the largest multi-employer funds in the country. Their application for help included 360,000 people, according to the government. About 40,000 workers and retirees in the state of Ohio, among those helped by the bailout. But an audit by the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, who's in charge of running the program, discovered that dead people were included in the application. So they were overpaid about $126 million. They do say Central States cooperated with the investigation, assisting with the analysis they needed to calculate the overpayment. And so, final word. The head of the Justice Department Civil Division said in a statement, "I encourage other pension plans to cooperate with the government's ongoing efforts to identify and recover excess SFA program funds." So Central States wasn't the only fund that was a part of that bailout, but all right, I think I mentioned earlier, didn't get to the rest of the story, but the impact of the Key Bridge. Baltimore, they tell us, is the second largest hub in the country for coal exports, 28%. This is from the Energy Information Administration in their April short-term energy outlook. We expect U.S. coal exports to recover maybe toward the end of the summer or early next fall. But there's a lot of uncertainty because of the timeline for the port reopening and how quickly exporters can adjust to export their alternative ports. In the previous forecast, they anticipated U.S. coal exports would actually increase by about 1% this year. They're now expecting a nearly 6% decrease from last year in U.S. coal export totals. They're also forecasting increases in global demands for liquid fuels, U.S. natural gas inventory, and U.S. electricity consumption. This year, global demand for gas, diesel, and jet fuel will reach nearly 103 million barrels per day. That'd be an increase of almost 500,000 barrels per day from their previous expectation. Diesel prices forecast to average $4.01 per gallon in the second quarter of this year. That's expected to increase to $4.05 per gallon in the third quarter and $4.19 by the end of the year. Natural gas should follow the typical growth cycle in the summer months. They expect inventory to be about 10% higher than average by October of this year. Now, that would actually set a record high for natural gas storage prior to headed into next winter. Let's not even think about that. They also expect the residential sector to see the highest growth in electricity consumption this year. Summer forecasted to be warmer than average, driving an increased use of air conditioning and year-over-year growth in electricity consumption, according to the administration. How much excess capacity are we going to have on hand to meet that demand? You can bank on the fact here in a few months, hey, we're going to have a heat wave, and they'll be telling us to, don't plug in your electric vehicle during the day. Don't run your dishwasher. Don't do your laundry. Let's conserve on our electricity consumption. But by all means, go buy your electric vehicle. Okay, right? Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew. Run changed, not to Rochester, New York anymore. Looks like Nitro, West Virginia. We're waiting for loads back to Youngstown. And hello to Vernon. Vic on board. What's happening, Vic?
Oh, well, first off, I'll say I did enjoy that interview with the tax lady there. And I was just thinking at the time, kind of connecting that with that lease purchase thing, I would say that anybody even considering anything like that or like the deal I was offered, but that should be their first stop to someone, like her. And she could explain, what tax benefits they would get and can't get. And I had a brother-in-law that was in it. He was actually in the timber industry, and he worked for years for a company building kilns and all that stuff to dry out the lumber. And he retired. They didn't have anybody to replace him. And they said, well, how about we give you this deal where you work for us on contract? So he took it, and he thought he was doing pretty good. And then when tax time rolled around, my sister called me and said, hey, what's this about this self-employment tax? I said, well, that replaces your Social Security. He said, what? I said, yeah, you have to pay the full amount now. You have to pay the full 14% because your employer is no longer making up the other 7%.
Right.
And she says, well, they didn't tell him that. And I said, no, I suspect they didn't. She said, well, that's going to pretty well come to the end because he's not making as much as he did when he worked for him. And, that's just one example, and there are others. But that's when, like I said, that I could understand her not wanting to get into too many generalities and all that. But basically, when you have a specific situation, and when I was mentioning about that deal, they told me I think it was $1,400 a week. It might have been $1,800, and then I had to furnish my own vehicle and do this and that. And I said, well, if I'm furnishing my own vehicle, I can't use private insurance. I'm going to have to get commercial insurance, and that's going to be different. And she said, well, and you might have to carry too. And I said, well, if it's that dangerous, I really don't want anything to do with it or anything of that nature because we used to, the company that I worked for there right to last, we used to carry for Ozark was the company, and I mentioned carry, but we used to haul a lot of medical products. And we had a couple of stops there that they said, make sure you're fueled up and you go door to door and you don't stop. And I didn't too much like that. We had a place down there in DFW that they said, once you pick this load up, keep going because there have been drivers kidnapped. So I didn't want to get back into a mess like that.
Yeah, right.
The gist of it is that, contact a professional before you put your name on any dotted line. So, but you were mentioning there about the Baltimore Harbor, and they're going to rebuild the Brent Spence Bridge, and that used to be the reason I thought that ships would never run into the bridges was because I thought they maintained a channel out away from where a ship could run into any piers or anything of that nature because, like with the barges, they're flat bottomed, and they can get away from you. But I thought the Coast Guard insisted that the ship that had a keel be at a channel out away from the supporting piers. And I guess that's not the case anymore. And then they had to get the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers had to get together and say, where can we maintain this channel? And they had to design the bridge to make sure the support piers weren't there. So I guess that they're not going to, they don't follow that procedure anymore. But when they go to rebuild that bridge, I would suspect that they would at least do that, because I'm not so sure with a really big ship like that. I don't know what type of barriers they could really put in front of the support piers or anything. I'll leave that to the marine engineers, because I forget how heavy that ship was, but my Lord, you were talking about kinetic energy and all that other stuff. It would take a pretty substantial barrier to keep a ship from, hitting that pier. But I just thought they just depended on the ship running aground. So that was the only thing that I was going to call and mention. And then the other thing too is, I understand that the social justice warriors don't want it called the Francis Scott Key Bridge anymore.
Yeah.
Because supposedly he had slaves. So, there we go again with revisionist history. And another comment that I will make: I'm tongue-tied here. I'm very glad or happy to see that the Republicans are no longer being scared off by the abortion thing. They're confronting it, and they are discussing it. And that alone probably gives a certain amount of fear to the Democrats, because before, the Democrats would say abortion and the Republicans would run away from it or just make totally ridiculous suggestions. So last night I mentioned that I was a little bit upset with them not making recent approaches, but it looks like they are kind of making inroads into that. So I know that's kind of a jump from bridges and stuff to the abortion thing, but I've got my fingers crossed that Trump gets back in there, and not that he really wants to be vindictive, but there are issues that need to be addressed, and Rand Paul still hasn't forgotten about the COVID fiasco, and Biden out there saying, well, I reduced inflation. Well, how did we get into that inflationary scenario in the first place? So he's just kind of, when you trade stuff and like commodities or anything else, you have certain spikes, and statistically, you just zero out those spikes because it was an anomaly and a one-time event, and you'll lose a lot of money if you include those spikes in there. But Biden wants to go back and talk about the COVID spike. Before the COVID spike, there was none of this stuff going on. So anyway, that's about all I have there for tonight. And I think Eagle wanted to talk about Israel and Iran, and Iran's threatened to hit Israel's nuclear facility. That's probably one of the worst kept secrets in the world. And I would say that would be a gigantic mistake for the world. So Biden better hitch up his pants and get his big boy pants on and quit trying to pander to that group that came over here from Somalia and other places, because every time I see her, I see my nephew in his dress uniform when he graduated from the Air Force Academy that committed suicide, flying people after he flew people like her out of Somalia. So I don't have any kind feelings towards any of them. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Good to hear from you. Bye. Thank you, Vic, for checking in about 10 before the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I guess you could call it an embarrassing moment. Who gets to take the blame is the question, I suppose, that we now will have to ask. The United States Navy quickly deleting a post this past day after social media users pointed out that the photo featured a commanding officer improperly holding a gun with the scope mounted backward. Whoops. According to the New York Post, the Navy shared a photo of USS John S. McCain Commander Cameron Yates holding a military rifle with his Trijicon VCOG scope mounted backward as he aimed at a target balloon of the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer. Post reported that the Defense Visual Information Distribution Service wrote a caption for the photo that said, Yates was observing a live-fire exercise event while the USS John S. McCain was conducting routine operations with the U.S. 7th Fleet. Caption added that the 7th Fleet is the U.S. Navy's largest forward-deployed numbered fleet and regularly operates alongside U.S. partners in the preservation of freedom in the Indo-Pacific region. Other social media users shared a picture of the Navy's original Instagram post, which was quickly removed after the mistake was discovered. Underneath the original image of the commander holding the firearm, the Navy wrote, "From engaging in practice gun shoots, conducting maintenance, testing fuel purity, and participating in sea and anchor drills, the U.S. Navy's always ready to serve and protect." Social media users shared laughing and cringing emojis alongside that post, writing, "The U.S. Navy just killing it on Instagram." Another user commented on the commander's grip placement in the photograph, saying, "Man, the scope is annoying, but that grip placement is downright wild." A third poster said that while the Navy's accident might have been funny, it's actually concerning, questioning how many Navy sailors saw the mistake before the post was actually published. After social media users pointed out the mistakes in the photo, the Navy removed the picture from the Defense Department's database and uploaded another post via social media. Thank you for pointing out our rifle scope error in the previous post, they said. Picture has been removed until EMI is completed. I don't know. Who's in charge here? It's like holding the rocket launcher. You're ready to launch something off the deck, and the launcher's facing the wrong way, right? All right, meanwhile, we're rolling up toward news break, top of the hour. We'll get back with more of your calls ahead. Plenty of room at 844-844-3388. Hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve. Billy Lennox. Good morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. I think most of us, with a bit of common sense, say this is an attempt to maybe buy votes. Someone pointed out clearly last evening, younger voters maybe now beginning to shy away from Biden. So let's jump on the student loan debt relief. 7 more states have now filed another lawsuit against the administration over their continued attempt to circumvent the Supreme Court's ruling against sweeping federal student loan handouts. So far, 18 states have sued Biden for passing billions of dollars in student loan debt onto the taxpayers. The latest, led by Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey, claims that Biden's saving on a valuable education plan, also referred to as SAVE, is illegal. SAVE is a new income-driven repayment plan that uses borrowers' income to calculate a monthly payment with unique benefits that will lower payments for many borrowers. The White House also used the plan to roll out their so-called debt cancellation for roughly 1 million Americans with at least $45.6 billion worth of debt. More after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump is brushing off reports suggesting his campaign is lagging behind Democrats in fundraising.
We don't need the same kind of money that they need. They need more money because they take care of more politicians. They hand it out like it's gravy.
Speaking to reporters in Atlanta Wednesday, he pointed out that despite having less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he emerged victorious. He further stated his belief that President Biden is the worst president in history. As inflation continues to surge, significant price hikes are evident across various sectors, including auto insurance, baby food, and outpatient hospital services. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. President Biden, in response to that Bureau of Labor Statistics report, says inflation has decreased during his presidency.
We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office.
Additionally, he told reporters of his continued belief that the Federal Reserve will reduce interest rates before the end of this year. Biden further remarked that his Republican adversaries lack a strategy to address inflation. Israel has warned that any retaliation from Iran will provoke an Israeli counterattack. According to the Islamic Republic News Agency, Tehran has vowed to respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader emphasized that consulates and embassies are regarded as sovereign territory of their respective nations. House Speaker Mike Johnson warning that any attempt to remove him from his position would result in chaos within the House. Johnson reiterated his leadership approach Wednesday prior to a meeting with Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
New allegations have surfaced saying Boeing planes have structural issues. Lisa Banks, an attorney for Boeing whistleblower Sam Salapore, says he claims the company's 787 Dreamliner isn't safe to fly.
He is alleging that Boeing knowingly took a series of manufacturing shortcuts in the construction of the 787.
Salapore, a Boeing engineer, told the New York Times the shortcuts caused parts of the fuselage to be improperly put together, which could result in the plane falling apart after years of use. Donald Trump is no longer on the Bloomberg Billionaires Index after his Truth Social stock took a nosedive. USA's Ryan Daniels has more.
It's a daily ranking of the world's 500 richest people, and the former president was on the list because of Trump media, but shares in the company have been steadily dropping. It fell nearly 5% Tuesday to the lowest level since the company went public.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break from that Krispy Kreme donut. Krispy Kreme is unveiling 3 fresh flavors of Kit Kat donuts for a limited time. Donut and candy enthusiasts can select from the Kit Kat Cookie Dream Donut, the Kit Kat Salted Caramel Brownie Donut, or the Kit Kat Crunch Donut. Lionsgate is currently developing a revival of the iconic horror flick The Blair Witch Project. While specifics of the plot remain undisclosed, the project promises to offer a fresh perspective. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
We recognize one man for a polling career that commanded respect every time Simon says so, and one who outfoxed his competition en route to 6 championships. All as we wrap up another great year with our Polling Hall of Fame inductions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The grand finale of every NTPA season since 1980 has been the announcement of inductees into the Polling Hall of Fame. This year's awards were sponsored by American Awards of Grove City, Ohio, and Weimer Fuel and Turbo of Sandy Lake, Pennsylvania. Our first 2023 inductee is Roger Simon of Farley, Iowa, the 1993, 1997, and 1998 Grand National two-wheel drive truck champion, all with the Simon Says Dodge. Mr. Simon passed in 2020. Accepting on his behalf are his sons Brandon and RJ and teammate Steve Olson.
Dad, he always had the attitude to win, and that's the attitude that he raised me and RJ to do. The only reason I got a diesel is after he passed, because no smokers, stay away from the smokers. So we had to wait a while before we got them, and can't thank everybody in NTPA enough, and my brother for everything he does, and our family, and this is a big honor, and I'm sure he's looking down on us.
My dad I wish he was here. Know he's watching down. He loved pulling. He was always he had open heart surgery. When he came to, first thing he asked me was, how's my new chassis coming? And it's all he was looking forward to. He loved tractor pulling, truck pulling. He was a two-wheel drive guy. I'm proud to have that four-wheel drive running again. He'd always tell us, boys, work hard, play harder. You might think we're all crazy.
A long time ago, somebody asked Roger, how much does it cost to go pulling? Roger said, I don't know how much it costs. But none of the kids ever got in trouble, so I guess it's priceless.
Our second 2023 inductee is Dennis Horst of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Mr. Horst won 6 titles in the NTPA's Modified Mini Division over a span of 16 years, all with Red Fox. Mr. Horst officially retired from pulling after 50 years in the sport.
I started pulling in 1973, as you've seen, with my dad's wheel horse at my local county fair in my hometown, Chambersburg. Traveled to Tractor Pull in Kinzer, Pennsylvania, where I saw my first mini rod with 2 Corvair engines in it. I had to have one. I was fortunate enough to get good advice from fellow pullers. As we all know, tractor pulling is a family sport. As Keith and I would travel, we had the privilege of staying at these people's homes. I have my family with me here tonight. My wife Tina, sons and daughters, Keith and Aaron, Kelly and Brad, Chris and Ashland. Tractor pulling allows you to be an engineer, a welder, a mechanic, a machinist, an engine builder, etc. in creating a vehicle to pull with. Tractor pulling provided me the opportunity to meet and make friends with hundreds of people all over a period of roughly 30 years on the national circuit. I was privileged to have traveled to 30 different states and Canada on the Grand National Circuit. Would I do anything different? No.
For a complete list of all of our 2023 award winners, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, back at it here. Another hour underway. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining this hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Once again, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, quick look at some of the travelers' weather. Flooding has been the word this past day and continues into Thursday, maybe even Friday. We've already mentioned a number of states, especially in Texas, where several counties had picked up more than 7 inches of rain as of Wednesday morning. You had Fort Polk in Monroe, Louisiana, picked up at least 6 inches of rain in that same time frame. Other major cities that have the potential for flash flooding: Nashville and Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas. Now looking at Birmingham, Mobile, and Montgomery, Alabama. Pensacola, Florida, later in the day today. Areas from Louisville, Kentucky to Cincinnati, all the way down to Atlanta. Yeah, street and highway flooding. Likely catch basins will fill with runoff. Of course, in New Orleans, which is below sea level, torrential rainfall overwhelmed the stormwater pump system yesterday from 7 to 9 a.m. local time. More than 1 3/4 inches of rain fell on nearby Lakefront Airport, Louisiana. Yeah, from late morning to the afternoon, rain continued coming down, 1 to 2 inches per hour in the Big Easy. Flash flood emergency in effect. Streets were inundated with several inches to a couple feet of water where the heaviest rain came down. Now, we've seen a lot of storms over the winter months. Mississippi and Louisiana seen a dramatic turnaround, going from extreme to exceptional drought last fall to now there is no drought. All right, it may take a few weeks for the largest waterways to respond to this week's rain, but for the next few months, they tell us, there will be no water level problems for tug and barge traffic anticipated for the Mississippi or Ohio rivers. And that's a big change. Before we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388, yeah, kind of scary, the things that could unfold in the heavens above. On almost any given day, we are launching more and more satellites into orbit around our planet. And they tell us, word is a Russian satellite that came within meters of hitting a NASA counterpart, a shocking near miss that could have put lives at risk, according to the U.S. Space Agency. Pam Melroy, Deputy Administrator of NASA, said experts had been really scared by the incident on February 28th because it was not possible to maneuver either of those satellites. The narrow escape happened when the defunct Russian spy satellite, Cosmos 2021, drifted uncomfortably close to NASA's timed satellite that monitors the Earth's atmosphere. Colonel Melroy, is a former astronaut, said if the satellites had collided, it could have led to thousands of bullet-fast pieces of debris shooting around the Earth. This was she used the word monumental issue. Speaking at the Space Foundation's Space Symposium in Colorado, she said it was very shocking personally and for all of us at NASA. Again, February 28th, a NASA spacecraft, timed, and Russian satellite, neither of which maneuverable, were expected to make a close path. We recently learned that path ended up being less than 10 meters apart. I mean, you talk about threading the needle. I mean, less than the distance of me to the front row, as she put it. Had those two satellites collided, we would have seen debris generation, tiny shards traveling at 10,000 miles per hour, waiting to puncture a hole in another spacecraft and potentially putting human lives at risk. It's kind of sobering to think something that the size of the eraser on the end of your pencil could wreak such havoc, but it can. Yeah, this really scared us. Now, Tuesday, NASA launched their space sustainability strategy as they're looking to try and maybe better map and monitor satellites and debris and keep orbits as clear as possible. There are currently more than 10,000 satellites orbiting the Earth, a 4-fold increase since just 2019, and those numbers are set to grow exponentially. Some 400,000, if you could imagine, 400,000 satellites have been approved globally for low Earth orbit. SpaceX alone poised to launch another 44,000 for their Starlink constellation. Experts have predicted once all the planned internet constellations are operational, there will be around 16,000 decaying satellites at any one time that'll need to come out of orbit. Yeah, not only are the dead satellites clogging up valuable space, but they risk setting off what would be potentially a major disaster. And they explain something called the Kessler syndrome. In 1978, Donald Kessler, a NASA scientist, predicted that when enough objects are in low Earth orbit, any collision would set off a catastrophic chain reaction that would send wreckage into the path of other satellites, breaking them apart, releasing more debris. It's kind of like the domino effect, the cascading effect. It is known as Kessler syndrome. And the subsequent swirling debris cloud of fast-traveling wreckage would actually make space inaccessible for everyone and wipe out critical satellite systems. That's downright scary. I share that because, Philip, are you familiar with the Kessler syndrome? You ever heard of that?
Well, I never heard of that one. I do know that you were talking about that time satellite. Those Go Time satellites are the ones that are watching our weather right now, Steve. So what you see, like today, we're supposed to get some storms later this afternoon. I know y'all are supposed to get some stuff. Mm-hmm. That's all being looked at now by that satellite that could have been taken out by that Russian satellite. So, got too much stuff up there, buddy. I mean, every time Elon launches a rocket from Cape Canaveral for his Starlink mission, he has at least 20 or 23 satellites on each time one of those launches.
Yep.
You know, and he shoots twice a week sometimes 3 and 4 times a week. I mean, that's a lot of debris up there, and that's, think about what happens when he makes a generation of satellites, and that generation of satellites goes obsolete, and they don't need them no more. They got to go somewhere, right?
Yes, sir.
So, train of thought says they're coming back to us, and they're going to burn up. Well, it doesn't always happen that way. I mean, we saw it the other day with over here. We talked about the story about some debris falling from a battery box that hit a place over in Sarasota. I think it was Sarasota. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, it happens. I wanted to talk today, Steve, about a couple of life lessons. I saw a couple of stories that kind of disturbed me a little bit when I saw it. The first one is it happened over in Polk County, over just east of Bartow, and that on Highway 60. There was a young girl named Hannah who decided she wanted to go to the beach. And she went to the beach, and she came back, and she decided she wanted to drive down Route 60 in a hurry, like 100 miles an hour in a hurry, and almost ran head-on into a semi. And then a mile up the road, she decided to pass some folks that were from England that had been to River Ranch, and she passed them at over 100 miles an hour and went over into the other lane. And when she did, she hit a truck coming up from Busch Gardens. That grandparents that live over in Port St. Lucie were taking their grandchild over to the Busch Gardens for the day, and they had a great day. And then she hit them, and then she killed herself, plus the grandfather and the grandmother. The child lived, all right, and caused a 3-fatality accident. I don't know, do you hear anything about that, Steve?
I have not, no, sir. Mm-mm. And
then I know you've probably reported this story. It was on national news yesterday. A gentleman by the name of Dexter Reed in Chicago decided he didn't want to wear his seatbelt, and when they pulled him over, he didn't want to comply with what law enforcement wanted him to do.
Yep.
And he shot back shot an officer, and then I heard that was 96 times he got shot. So, you know, when you life lessons is when you know there's rules for a reason. We don't like them sometimes, but you know what? That gummit, just comply with them and do what you got to do. I mean, if the speed limit is the speed limit, you got to deal with it. If you're on a 2-lane highway and you get stuck behind somebody and you want to get home early, you know, give yourself more time. Don't be in no hurry. You know, you don't want to kill yourself and these two people, they literally took their grandbaby over to the Busch Gardens for the day. And the only reason that the child lived was because he was in the back seat, and the grandparents had put him in the right way in the seat, and everything was, you know, correctly done with him being strapped into his child-proof seat. His child seat, excuse me. But it's one of those things. Why don't you just why don't you wear your seatbelt? You know, why you got to pull a gun on a police officer? It don't make sense. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. I did see the story about the car seat thing. So 98 mile an hour, right? With not a proper car seat.
Yes. Yeah. She this lady, she'd been over in the beach, and when they pulled her out of the wreckage, she had her bikini on. She still had her bikini on, and they said that they found a beer can impaled in her leg. Now, they don't know. They still got to go through toxicology because it happened just a few days ago.
Yeah.
It happened at the beginning of the week. And they still got to go through toxicology and figure out if she was impaired with alcohol, had alcohol impairment or anything like that. But there's no reason to go 98 miles an hour on a 2-lane road that's out in the middle of nowhere. And a mile before the accident happened, a witness said that they had to back off so she could get around, or, you know, back off because she was going head on with a semi, you know, on this 2-lane road. And these folks from England, they were involved in the accident as well because when they hit, some of the debris went into their car and caused minor damage. But, you know, I don't know much about that Dexter Reed case. I just read the article and what the article said. Have you heard more about it, Steve?
Yeah, I've got, I think 96 shots were fired. I mean, and now they're trying to say police used excessive force. I mean, once you shoot at a police officer, I mean, the training any officer will tell you is to fire until you have eliminated the threat. And if you've got numerous officers, I think, however many officers, I'm not sure how many were there, but obviously there was enough officers. I don't know if they've got 17 rounds, they all emptied their guns at the same time, you know.
Well, the article that I read said that there was 5 officers.
Okay.
Because there was some tactical officers there too as well, and one officer dumped out 34 rounds.
Wow.
Now, I don't know. I know a little bit about pistols and rifles, and I don't know, Steve. I mean, 96 rounds in less than a minute. That's they say semi-automatic. I don't think so, but I might be wrong. But nonetheless, like you said, when you dealing with law enforcement, you show them your hands all the time. Show them your hands. If you have a weapon, tell them, I have a weapon. Don't keep the window rolled up. When the officer tells you to roll the window down, you roll the window down and show them your hands the whole time. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't evade them. Now, the only reasons that I think, and this is my personal opinion, that people evade officers like that is because they got something that they don't want the police to know about. When you think that's suspicion, when you think that, see?
Absolutely.
You know, and when I heard this yesterday, and then I saw the video. Did you see the video, Steve?
I have not seen the video.
It's very disturbing. Very disturbing. And it's not something that, I mean, I'm just like, okay, I had law enforcement pull me over, what was it, 8 years ago because the vehicle I was in was the same color as another vehicle that was used in something. And they had pulled me over. I did what they told me to do. Show me your hands. Roll down your window. Put your hands out the window. And I did exactly what they told me to do. They detained me. They cuffed me. They put me on the side until they figured out what was going on, and then they let me go. I did what they told me to do. That's what you're supposed to do. First off, mistake was he didn't have his seatbelt on. Put your seatbelt on. I know you hate it. There's a lot of us that hate these things all the time, but do it. I mean, it's the law. So, but that's the way it turns out sometimes. And I mean, these were young people. Both of these folks were young. This girl was only 22 in this car accident. And how old was Dexter Reed?
I think he was 26.
Okay, 26 years old. These kids are just starting life, man. They're just starting life. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and we'll catch you on the next
All right.
time.
As you said, what do you call it? Life lessons learned. Well, I guess that with the release, the body cam video was just released like on Tuesday. But this incident in Chicago actually occurred back on March the 21st. So apparently, several graphic body cam videos released by what is known as Chicago's Civilian Office of Police Accountability. So I guess now there are, multiple agencies investigating were the officers' actions justified? That's the word. Now, technically, one bullet can kill an individual. 96 bullets being fired. I don't think 96 hit him, but 96 rounds were actually unloaded from multiple officers in that particular event. So we'll come back with more on that story ahead as well. Meanwhile, other industry headlines, predatory towing. It's been night after night, state after state. The latest this past day is in the state of Virginia. 2 new Virginia laws intended to protect the public from predatory towing. Specifically, the changes prohibit solicitation of towing, as they call it. What's that mean? So we got a lot of stuff to cover coming up here. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Here comes a Thursday or Friday Eve, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. As inflation continues to surge, significant price hikes are evident across various sectors, including auto insurance, baby food, and outpatient hospital services. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. Former President Trump brushed off reports suggesting his campaign is lagging behind Democrats in fundraising. Speaking in Atlanta, he pointed out that despite having less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he emerged victorious. House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning any attempt to remove him from his position would result in chaos within the House. Johnson reiterated his leadership approach Wednesday prior to a meeting with Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene. Greene had previously initiated a motion to vacate the Speaker's chair before the House recessed for 2 weeks last month. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we're back at it here. Where we leave off at 844-844-3388. I know we're kind of jumping around, but back to the predatory towing. This time it's Virginia. Senator Bill Stanley behind the legislative push to address a specific problem occurring throughout the state, he said. Explaining to lawmakers that all too often tow truck companies are using first responders that respond to accidents, disabled vehicles or trucks on the side of the road. Tow companies talk to these first responders and say if they provide their business card and it results in a tow, the first responder will get a kickback. In an effort to halt these actions, Governor Youngkin signed into law Senate Bill 94, which prohibits tow truck drivers and towing and recovery operators from solicitation or offering tow services in any manner, directly or indirectly, at the scene of a wreck or disabled vehicle on a highway. Violators face up to $500 fines. Repeat offenders face up to 6 months behind bars and or a fine up to $1,000. Another new law on the topic, House Bill 1073, prohibits tow truck drivers from driving by the scene of a wrecked or disabled vehicle and initiating contact with the owner or operator of such vehicle by soliciting or offering towing services and towing such vehicle if the affected vehicle has a law enforcement initiated tow already implemented. At the hearing, State Police Major Ron Maxey told lawmakers the change is intended to address situations when an officer calls for a tow or a vehicle owner or operator requests a specific tow service, and before the requested tow service arrives, the officer is dispatched to another call that requires leaving the scene. This revision would prevent another vehicle from coming in and taking that vehicle out from underneath the police requested tow. That law will take effect July 1. One more towing revision signed addresses concern about predatory practices in Northern Virginia. House Bill 959 permits localities to pass ordinances to require a tow company to get a property owner or its agent's signature before a tow company can tow a vehicle parked on the property. Localities are also allowed to regulate monitoring practices used by tow operators. Alfonso Lopez said the new law ensures that every part of Virginia uses the same rules when allowing localities to address predatory towing. All over the country, night after night, predatory towing issues. All right, back to, what do we have? The Chicago scenario. Newly released body cam footage reveals the mayhem that unfolded in a residential neighborhood when Chicago police fired as many as 96 bullets toward a man during a traffic stop, killing the 26-year-old, raising questions. Were the officers using excessive force? Now, a preliminary investigation suggests the driver opened fire on officers first. Not a good idea. His family and attorneys questioned why plain-clothed officers swarmed Dexter Reed's car with guns drawn and fired dozens of shots at him. The fatal encounter occurred in the Garfield Park neighborhood. Several body cam videos released earlier this week across the country. We know body cam footage has been playing an increasing role in raising awareness and understanding about officer-involved shootings. Evidence has been used in some cases to help convict officers of crimes. Others, officers have avoided criminal charges. Now, while the videos from Chicago bring more clarity to what happened, they also now raise a number of new questions, apparently. In one video, an officer wearing a hooded jacket, a baseball cap, and a tactical vest with a badge approaches the driver of a white vehicle with dark-tinted windows, saying, "Roll the window down, roll the window down." The driver initially rolled his window down, but then kept rolling it back up. "What are you doing?" the officer asked. "Don't roll it up. Do not roll the window up." The officer pulls on the driver's door handle, which appears to be locked, and then draws his gun. "Unlock the doors. Now, unlock the doors," the officer screams, as another officer shouts the same demands. The driver apparently says, "Okay, I'm trying to." Seconds later, as the officer retreats from the vehicle, gunfire breaks out. Dozens of gunshots heard in rapid succession. Other body cam video shows at least two other officers firing toward Reed from across the street in that residential neighborhood. Both of those officers paused to reload their guns. After the barrage of gunfire ends, Reed's body is lying face down behind the vehicle. One officer in the video says he started shooting at us. About a minute later, another officer examines the bullet-ridden car. Guns right there, the officer shining the flashlight into the vehicle. The gun's right there. One officer was shot in the wrist during the gunfire, hospitalized in good condition. But now, multiple agencies investigating, were these actions justified? I don't know. What's the drill? When somebody fires at an officer, I think it's pretty darn sure they're going to be firing back. And as I said, I believe the training is you continue firing until the threat has been eliminated. No longer a threat. Okay, we'll get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Well, let's see what Sundance Kid has on his mind this morning.
Oh, well, my truck's stinking right now. I'm sweating bullets. I've got 35 miles to my fuel stop, and I've got 1 gallon of fuel.
Uh-oh. That ain't going to work.
My range is 8 miles.
I know. That ain't going to work.
I've got the air conditioner off. I got nowhere else to go. I'm out here on this damn Bluegrass Parkway. Oh, man. Oh. I'm trying to make it to Glendale. But, yeah, well, what happened to the days of Bookham, Dano? I mean, we can't do that no more.
Well, I don't know.
Shoot them up.
Well, I mean, if you fire a shot at law enforcement, and it doesn't say whether it was one or more shots that they fired, they're going to fire back. Right. They're not going to say book 'em, Dano. They're going to shoot your ass.
I got you. Well, I find it curious that the guy was behind his car dead. The gun was still in the car. But anyway, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But what I call for is Vic is a very intelligent man, and I like listening to him. But he knows the definition of do you know the definition of inflation?
Well, I don't know that I could say like the Webster's definition. I know inflation is when the prices are continuing to go up.
Okay. All right. Well, the definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. Okay? And when Biden came into office, it was headed up, and it peaked up at like 12%. But now it's down to 3%. So would we agree that it's going in the right direction?
Well, it was coming down, but now the numbers that just came out yesterday say it's going back up. For several months now, the expectation has been if the numbers kept coming down, we might see, an interest rate, either holding interest rates steady or maybe even an interest rate cut. Now the word is we may very well see another interest rate hike next month because the numbers are going the wrong direction.
Right, because the economy is hot, right? That's what they use that for, to increase the rate so that it cools the spending. That's what the Fed does. But anyway, all right, but the thing is, when Donald Trump, and I was a recipient, gave out all that money during COVID, when companies are shut down, see, there's this perfect storm for inflation. When you hand out free money and you don't have people working to make stuff for people to buy, they're going to spend that money and they're going to pay higher prices because they want what little is on the shelf. If there's less toilet paper on the shelf, people will pay 3 times as much for toilet paper because they want the paper.
Okay,
and they got the money.
Well, let me ask you this question, all right? Because Donald Trump, I mean, there was the first of what was ultimately 3 multiple trillion-dollar packages. Donald Trump was the first. Now, was he responsible for the second and the third, all the trillions of dollars that Joe Biden went on to push into the economy?
No. Donald Trump gave us 2 stimuluses. And the second one, he even put his name on the check in October of 2020, right before the election. You want to talk about buy an election? That's what he was trying to do because they knew he was behind in the polls. So therefore, he actually put his name on the check. Joe Biden didn't put his name on the check for stimulus money. So when Donald Trump gave 2 checks and Biden gave 1. So that's what happened. But then
we
had to have it.
And then Biden went on to pass what they called the Inflation Reduction Act. That was another $1.9 trillion, which I don't believe there were checks involved.
Right, and inflation is down to 3%. Inflation is now down to 3%, 4%, and it was at 12. We're in the right direction. We're doing okay. Just, the problem is people are not getting paid the right. But I'm not going to get into that tonight.
No.
But there's, I don't get into that. That's a big, long conversation. That's the whole thing.
I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to break down the numbers and give you the facts as far as what Joe Biden can try to dance around and to try to blame it on Trump. He's not going to convince people of that because we've had enough time to actually digest it. But just hang on, okay? You always have to break it down factually and not just hypothetically for Sundance. We'll do that coming up. And we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, this would be from Yahoo Finance, where they dissect and digest and put together all the charts and the graphs, the numbers, specifically in regards to inflation. They take us back in time in the years following Ronald Reagan's presidency in the 1980s. Many Americans came to regard inflation as the economic equivalent of smallpox, a scourge that had pretty much been eradicated. It was not, obviously. After a 30-year dormant period, inflation reemerged in 2021, becoming the biggest challenge of Joe Biden's presidency. Now, inflation has now dropped far below its 2022 peak. But many prices that went up have stayed up. And we are peeved about food, rent, transportation costs that seemed to be taking a permanently bigger bite out of our paychecks. The scaring effects of inflation have fueled a kind of nostalgia regarding Trump's presidency, 2017 to 21. In a recent NBC News poll, 40% of respondents says Trump's presidency was better than expected. A higher portion saying so than when NBC asked that question in 2018. Voters consistently say they trust Trump more than Biden on the economy, which is a cruel deficit for Biden, given that the two men are vying for the presidency once again. Now, fond recollections of the Trump economy are not the same necessarily as yearning for more Trump. But the pre-COVID Trump economy is the baseline that people are going to measure Biden's performance against. Trump is running on his own economic record and against Biden's. So the fact of the matter is the recent past matters in 2024. Now, they say Trump inherited a solid economy from Obama. The good times continued into 2020. Compared with today, there was no inflation to speak of. Voters who think their paycheck went further under Trump are generally correct. Yeah, there are two charts shared here that show inflation in 26 different categories that Yahoo Finance has been tracking since 21. The figures represent total inflation during the first 3 years of Trump and Biden. Under Trump, overall inflation was 6.2% during his first 3 years. Under Biden, it was 17.9%. Rents rose 11.3% under Trump, 19.5% under Biden. Grocery inflation was 2.4% under Trump, 21% under Biden. Transportation, including the cost of vehicles, insurance, maintenance, and gas, up 4.5% under Trump, up 27.5% under Biden. There are a couple of areas where inflation is actually lower under Biden than under Trump. Healthcare, college tuition, and prescription drugs. That's probably due to the slacking demand for all three during COVID, which is a temporary factor that's not likely going to last. Now, real earnings adjusted for inflation have also been stronger under Biden. They've risen 15.4% in 3 years compared to just 9.4% for Trump. But under Biden, however, inflation has risen 2.5 percentage points more than earnings, which means purchasing power is down. Under Trump, earnings outpaced inflation by 3.2 points, so purchasing power was up. This is the real advantage Trump has over Biden. People feel their money is buying less today than it did 4 years ago, and the data backs that figure up. Biden cannot refute that fact. What he can do when lobbying for his economic policies is try to convince people of three things. Number one, inflation was not his fault. It was a global phenomenon driven largely by COVID-related shortages and disruptions. He can say, number two, things are getting better, not worse. And number three, Biden's economic plan will be better for voters in the future than Trump's. Trying to skirt the blame for inflation is going to be tough. Biden's campaign message is that the greedy corporations are responsible for squeezing the consumer. That's a claim that some voters, like Sundance, seem to be willing to accept. Inflation happened on Biden's watch. Some voters think Biden's hostility to fossil fuels and his penchant for big spending actually set the stage for inflation. At this point, he seems unlikely to change many people's minds. But again, where they point out, Biden cannot refute the fact. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Here we go. Biden took office in January of 21. All the governors and the administration around the country, just in inflation numbers from CNN, real economist, much higher. All right. All you got to look at the numbers in the stores and what you're paying for things. If you think inflation's going down, the the fool on the left, somewhere over here, under Joe Biden, when we bought $100 worth of groceries when he took office, I believe we have to spend $137 today to get the same amount. I've got that over here somewhere. I'd saved that from a couple days ago, but hey, we're getting close to news break time, just a bit here. Let's get started with, is that Jolly Green Giant here? Good morning.
It is Jolly Green Giant. Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I thought you needed an unintelligent phone caller and say, you've been getting all the intelligent phone callers. But the first thing I want to talk about is that police shooting. And it always comes down to the same thing over and over and over again. And all the drivers and the people that listen to your show, if you would just do what the officer asked you to do, at the end of the day, you would still be alive. It's always the same dumb stuff, not following the instructions of the officer. And I got to be honest with you, it's dumb. Do what they ask you to do. At the end of the day, you'll be alive. Plain and simple. Won't be no police shooting. It would cut all the police shootings down to nil if we would sit or to do what we're asked to do. But the main reason I call something that really angers me, it's insulin and the high prices of insulin. Now, am I right or wrong? Didn't Biden promise to get the insulin prices lowered? Am I right or wrong?
I thought that I thought they passed something about capping it at was it 35 a month or something? I thought that was the case.
That is correct. That is correct. What you just said, I found out. I did some research on the internet. Here's what I'm going to say. My wife and I went to the Myers to get our prescriptions. All of our prescriptions, including her insulin, was $1,200. I'm honest with you. Now, when we refused to pay for her insulin and all of her sugar diabetes supplies, we only had to pay $120 for the rest of our medications.
Okay, well let's pause for the news break there, and we'll pick up right there after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel
We
problems
recognize
and
one
their
man
solutions.
for a polling
For
career
example,
that
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Consumer prices rose much more than expected in March and pushed inflation higher. The Consumer Price Index released on Wednesday found that the cost of goods and services were up 3.5% year over year in March. Rent prices are up for the third straight month. According to the real estate company Redfin, they're also up 8% from last year. Median rent as of March is at $1,987. Crews are continuing to work around the clock to clear debris from the catastrophic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. The U.S. Coast Guard commander saying a priority is also finding the bodies of the 3 remaining construction workers who have been missing since a container ship hit the bridge and brought it down 2 weeks ago. Stormy weather slowed down some of the operations last week, and that may be the case again later this week with rain in the forecast. Congress is considering the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for the Department of Homeland Security. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas addresses the lawmakers during a meeting of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security.
Our immigration system, however, is fundamentally broken, including our asylum system that so significantly impacts the security of our borders and the processes we administer at it.
Some Republicans pushed back on Mayorkas' proposed budget, saying it doesn't do enough to secure the U.S. southern border from the influx of illegal immigrants and asylum seekers. Republicans are also looking to oust Secretary Mayorkas after they impeached him earlier this year on grounds he willingly let in thousands of illegal immigrants with little or no vetting. The head of Hamas's political leadership says an Israeli airstrike killed 3 of his sons, which is an attack that could complicate the U.S.-led plan for a ceasefire in the region. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Annual inflation is up again in March, and underlying price pressures remain stubbornly strong, raising further questions about how much the Fed Reserve will be able to do to cut interest rates this year. Meantime, at the White House on Wednesday, President Biden was asked if he's concerned about rising inflation.
Well, I do stand by my prediction that before the year is out, there'll be a rate cut. This may delay it a month or so. I'm not sure of that. We don't know what the Fed is going to do for certain. We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office.
In reality, inflation has averaged 5.5% year over year under President Biden and averaged 1.9% under former President Donald Trump. Israel says retaliation by Iran will result in an Israeli attack. The Islamic Republic news agency reporting Tehran promised it would respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader said consulates and embassies are considered soil of that country. Give me a break off that Krispy Kreme. 3 new flavors of Krispy Kreme Kit Kat donuts are being introduced for a limited time. Lovers of the donuts and candy bar can choose from the Kit Kat Cookie Dream Donut, the Kit Kat Salted Caramel Brownie Donut, and the Kit Kat Crunch Donut.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We're so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All righty, back for another hour. Okay, we were chatting with Jolly Green there, and I tried to do a quick search during the break there. In regards to insulin, okay, maybe it depends on what medication you're on. Sanofi established a $35 monthly cap on out-of-pocket cost for Lantus. Lantus, it's most widely prescribed insulin in the U.S. for all patients with commercial insurance starting January 1. It already limits the cost to $35 for all uninsured patients. Novo Nordisk in September launched the My Insulin RX program, which provides a 30-day supply of insulin for $35 to eligible patients, including the uninsured. They also offer a copay savings card that allows eligible patients to buy its insulin products for as little as $35 and no more than $99, depending on their health insurance coverage. Eli Lilly instituted an automatic $35 monthly cap on out-of-pocket cost for those with commercial insurance buying their insulin products at participating retail pharmacies. The uninsured are able to download the Lilly Insulin Value Program savings card, which allows them to get the medication for $35 a month. Insulin makers are more willing to cap out-of-pocket costs now because of the public pressure to increase affordability and because of new competitors. There's several others that have come onto the market working on manufacturing and selling insulin for no more than $30 a vial. The caps are also, this will help the three companies cement their relationship with their patients. All right, saving millions on Medicaid rebates. All right, all three companies are also lowering the list prices for many of their insulin products, which lawmakers and patient advocates have pushed for years. Sanofi cut the list price of Lantus by 78% to $96 for pre-filled pens and $64 for the 10-milliliter vial starting January 1. It reduced the list price of the short-acting Apidra insulin by 70%. I think these are some of the Medicaid numbers. I don't know. I mean, you'd think it might have something to do with the particular pharmacy you're using, where they don't honor the cost, or
the answer to your question is it just happened. The company I want to talk about is Eli Lilly.
Okay.
Okay. The two prescriptions that my wife was prescribed by a sugar diabetic doctor in Cincinnati, Ohio, prescribed these two medications. I can't remember. One's a fast-reacting insulin, the other one's a slow-reacting, and they're the injectable pens.
Okay.
Okay. Myers wanted $600 for the one for 1 month. Myers wanted $150 for the other one. All right, I'm sorry, it was $650 for the one, $150 for the other, and that was $800. We told Myers no. So that was 2 weeks ago. So yesterday, I got a hair up my butt, so I called our company nurse up in Indianapolis, Indiana, told her what our problem was, and my sister told me that Eli Lilly had a program where you didn't have to pay no more than $35.
Okay.
But when she told me that, I didn't know that Eli Lilly made both of these insulin shots. I did not know that until yesterday. I did not know. So I went on the site that you're talking about, you just talked about, downloaded that discount card. And we're going back to Myers tomorrow, and we're going to tell them right here, we have a discount card. Now get this. They will give you the discount if you have insurance or if you don't have insurance. But here's the kicker. But if you're on Medicare, they will not. If you're on Medicare, they will not. So tomorrow we're going back to Myers. And I suspect if they follow what Eli Lilly is doing, and I take my hat off to Eli Lilly. I do. Because there's another one that I couldn't buy. See, my insurance won't cover formulated drugs. Only non-formulated drugs. So that means I have to pay $4,000 out of my pocket.
Okay.
For the formulated drugs. One of them was Trulicity, which is $500 a month, and it's made by Eli Lilly. But right now, the reason I made the phone call was because of insulin. So tomorrow morning, we have that. I downloaded that card that you're talking about. So tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, my wife and I are going to Myers, and I'm going to have a nice long talk with the pharmacist. And I'm going to tell them, Eli Lilly has got a program where you can't charge us no more than $35 per prescription. So what I don't understand is why didn't they inform us of that? Why didn't they tell us that? They didn't tell us that. So we refused to buy it. So now tomorrow we're going back and we're going to bring that piece of paper and we're going to prove it to them. We've got the piece of paper. We did exactly what you said. I take my hat off to Eli Lilly. I also take my hat off to Biden. That's about the only thing he's actually done right because it's hurting a lot of American people. The insulin, and this is a true story too, and I got to say this. My wife used to work for one of the major grocery chains in Cincinnati. I will not name the grocery chain. One of the guys that she worked with was diabetic, but he could not afford his insulin. So they found him dead. He died in his sleep because he couldn't afford his insulin.
Wow.
Now, I got to be honest with you, Steve, that I am totally appalled. I mean, it's just totally ridiculous what's going on in this country. The greed that these pharmaceutical companies and the stuff that they're doing. Okay? I could also tell you the Pfizer company has a drug that treats ED called Viagra. Okay? A 100-milligram pill is $85. Now, that's not really a pill that's a necessity for, for our health, but it's actually for ED. And I do understand there's a big difference between that and insulin. Big difference. Insulin prevents you from dying. You got to have it. I'm also type 2 diabetic, but I take metformin and glipizide, and I don't have to take insulin like my wife because my insulin or my sugar is easily controlled by metformin and glipizide, whereas my wife's sugar is like a roller coaster ride. 1 minute it's 200, and next minute it's 500. It's a roller coaster ride. So she has to have that insulin. And I'm pissed because this has been allowed to go on, but I take my hat off to Eli Lilly for doing the right thing. So I'm going to say it on your air. Thank you, Eli Lilly. Because tomorrow morning we're going back, and I guarantee you I'm going to have a serious conversation with the pharmacy, and I'm going to ask her, why didn't you tell us about this? I had to find out by calling my sister up in Indianapolis, and her husband is a type 1 diabetic. That's how I found out. So everything you said was absolutely true I did all that research yesterday. I also want to get back to what I was talking about, that police shooting, and I want to tell Pappy, I'm a big supporter of our police officers and what you guys, men and women, do. And I believe everything I've said is absolutely true. If we would just comply with what the officers are asking us to do, I think that none of these police shootings would even occur. There wouldn't be an investigation. I actually blame the people that got shot or killed. It's a lot of times it's their fault. And yes, there are some police shootings that are wrongful. I admit that. I'm sure Pappy will admit that too. But I just want to say thank you for the job that our men and women do, as police, because that's a very difficult job. So Stephen, I appreciate you letting me to speak my mind about insulin, about that situation. It just irks me that we keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. It is time that we get smart. If you got a problem with what the officer's doing, go before the judge and let the judge hear your case. That's the right way of handling it.
Yes, sir.
That's all I can say about that. But I just want to say thank you for coming up with that information. That's exactly what I found out too. $35 per prescription, and tomorrow morning we're going to get for prescriptions tomorrow morning. So either way, that's all I got to say tonight, Steve.
And
I appreciate your show. Have a good night.
Hope it all goes according to plan. Hope all goes well there. Give us a follow-up, as they say, a full report, right? Yeah, rolled it up on 17 past the hour. Here was, we talking the inflation numbers. Yes, a $100 grocery haul in 2019 cost almost $140 today, nearly 40% more for the same common items, causing customers to become creative to cope with crippling inflation. According to the Wall Street Journal analysis of Nielsen IQ data on the prices of everyday foods, meat, vegetables, starches, snacks, Americans are facing a dramatic increase across all categories. A Benjamin just isn't worth what it used to be, according to the journal's Stephanie Stamm. And Jesse Newman wrote alongside with the graphs showing that the average $100 grocery list now cost 36.5% more compared to 5 years ago. This means that in order to spend the same amount on food as you did in 2019, you got to fork over $137, or $37 worth of items are going to have to be put back on the shelf before you check out. Now, some items have increased even more dramatically, like eggs up 63%, sports drinks, which are up 80%. Prices increased by 1% from February of 23 to February of 24, but the most dramatic jump took place from 22 to 23, with a whopping 10.2% surge. Now, executives have said the higher prices are needed to offset their own rising costs for ingredients, transportation, and labor. Some lawmakers and the Biden administration, though, have criticized food companies for using tactics like shrinkflation, where you shrink the product size but not the price. But consumers have been forced to pretty much become creative to cope with how to stretch your dollar with record food inflation. Many are choosing cheaper versions of the products they would prefer, or strategically looking for sales, coupons, and deals. 74-year-old Sharon Felton of Vermont told the Journal that she treats grocery shopping days as though she's foraging during an apocalypse, getting as much food as possible as cheaply as possible. Chicken is always on sale somewhere, she said, describing how she managed to keep her fridge stocked while not spending more than she did several years ago. Arizona Senate candidate, that would be Carrie Leak, blaming the inflation on Bidenomics. Newsbusters managing editor Curtis Hawk slamming ABC's Good Morning America for ignoring Biden's economic policy that has influenced inflation. No mention of Biden, no mention of inflation. They're just completely floored, and they tell people to use apps or buy in bulk. Yeah, shop at the discount stores. ABC is good. So I guess they were trying to tell folks how you can save on your grocery cost. I guess you're supposed to shop at the Dollar Tree. All right, no mention of Bidenomics. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret,
Let's face it.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, thank you much. Back at it here. In this case, I think we've got a motorist that ultimately gets a DA of the Week nominee. She was too busy messing with the truck driver to notice the cop who eventually put a stop to it. And it's all caught on dash cam. The video starts with the truck driver trying to merge onto a highway. But a female motorist in a Jeep decides, well, this is the day to mess with the truck driver. In the audio, he said, minding my business, merging onto the highway. This lady flies up behind me and tries to stop me from merging. Look in the mirror. The driver slows down, trying to let her pass, but she's having none of it. She stays right beside the truck driver. So I realize she's doing this on purpose. The driver also confirms in the video that he's had his blinker on for quite some time and that the motorist was definitely trying to keep him from getting over. It goes on for so long, the trucker's forced onto the shoulder of the highway. Eventually, the motorist lets the trucker into a proper lane and seems as though she's going to drive off for good, but instead she brake checks the rig once again. Yet now annoying the trucker because she's putting me and others around us at risk here. She then pulls ahead again and seems to finally be done with the whole incident, but the trucker stays way back just in case. At that time, just then, an officer pulls into the frame. So the trucker decides to test the motorist one more time and see if she'll try something again. I put my left turn signal on, and she thinks I'm going left. Wrong. The motorist then tries to pull in front of the trucker and brake checks him again, almost cutting off the police officer in the process. The trucker instead pulls into the right lane, avoids the woman's antics, but is forced to drive partially on the shoulder because the motorist is pulled up next to him again. She eventually lets him into the lane, tries to pull one more brake check. At that point, the officer has seen enough, pulls her over, which ultimately kind of garnered a laugh from the truck driver. So, finally, an officer where he needed to be at the right time. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. It sounds like that officer is getting practice there for, what was that, July? That safety week you were talking about? Was that July or August?
Truck driver safety week.
Maybe he's getting practiced up for that. So anyways, go ahead and let him see what really happens out here on the highway. We're going to see what kind of trouble we can get in since we're on this Interstate 78 headed to some place called New Jersey. You ever heard of a place called New Jersey?
I have.
I don't know. Yeah, we're going to go see if it's still there. My map is blue. When you get to the end of Pennsylvania there's this thing called this Delaware River, and it's, I don't know, it merges with the Atlantic Ocean and goes right over to Great Britain. So I don't know where this New Jersey is supposed to be, but I guess we're going to go up here and see what we can find. But anyways, hey, when Jolly Green was talking there, we got something we've used there called GoodRx. You ever use GoodRx? Heard of it?
I've heard of it, yes.
Yeah, so we use that quite a bit, and I don't know if that has any ties with Medicaid, Medicare, or any of those deals there to government, forced health care type stuff. So anyways, GoodRx might be another one to check into, but that's a no fee type thing, and you just download the app and show your pharmacy, and they just take the discount off for being subscribed to them. So, but there's no membership fee or anything. So I don't know what that other one. I just was getting in the truck there when I heard Jolly Green mentioning that he found something to use. So anyways, I don't know what that one is at all or anything about it, but as I say, the GoodRx seems to work pretty good for us. And not only can you use it for your own medication, you can use it for your pet medication too. So if you go to the vet and you get a prescription, and a lot of times people don't realize it, but you don't have to have your vet or have your vet actually fill your prescription. They can write out a prescription like a regular doctor, and if it's a drug that's at your normal pharmacy down there at your Piggly Wiggly or wherever you do your business at to do your pharmacy stuff, if they carry it, you can actually get your pet medications right there from your normal pharmacy where you get it. And a lot of times the GoodRx, they'll honor those prescriptions as well too for a discount. So that's just,
I was not aware of that they covered pet medication. Okay, hey, hold that because we got to pause there. News break time. It is Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. As inflation continues to surge, significant price hikes are evident across various sectors, including auto insurance, baby food, and outpatient hospital services. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. Former President Trump brushed off reports suggesting his campaign is lagging behind Democrats in fundraising. Speaking in Atlanta, he pointed out that despite having less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he emerged victorious. House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning any attempt to remove him from his position would result in chaos within the House. Johnson reiterated his leadership approach Wednesday prior to a meeting with Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene. Greene had previously initiated a motion to vacate the Speaker's chair before the House recessed for 2 weeks last month. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, thank you very much. And once again, I think Shorty pretty much said the same thing as Horse Feathers was saying. Tell Jolly Green to check out Good RX. Okay. He said check with Walmart Pharmacy also. He said, I usually use CVS, but Walmart's cheaper sometimes, though. Let's see. Roki says Sam's Club Pharmacy's cheaper using a member discount than private insurance. Yeah, they have one of the largest or the largest drug list of all the chains in the $0 to $4 range. Wow. Okay. You know what? It depends on your insurance company. It's amazing over the last several years where we've gone from one to another, and we went from the previous coverage I had that allowed CVS to fill my prescriptions. Then the insurance changed, and they required you to go to Walgreens. And they would not cover prescriptions at CVS. I had to pay the full price because I got a sticker shot. Then it switched back the next year, back to Walgreens. And then they started with, I guess the latest was they would not fill the 90-day prescription. They would only give you a 30-day prescription for a refill at a time because they wanted me, the insurance wanted us to do the mail-in, the mail-in pharmacy. So I switched to that. And that was a pretty good deal because what I was paying for a 30-day refill at Walgreens, it was almost the same for a 90-day refill via the mail-in thing, which all depends, I guess, on what your insurance has the deal with the pharmacies. All right, Mike, welcome back.
Yeah, and then I know Costco, we're a Costco member, so we can actually do some pharmacy shopping there too, and they have a pretty good selection and a good rate for their members. Of course, you got to pay for the membership, but the discount you receive supposedly on the products is supposed to pay for the membership if you shop enough all year long.
Yeah.
So that's how that's supposed to work. So, and I think with what we did the other day there, going in and filling 2 carts and coming out having to pay $800, I think we're going to pay for our membership maybe in one trip there this year,
right?
Your Honor. What do you say?
Yep.
Holy cow. See, we only go like once a month or once every month and a half or so, and as I say, we had right down to bare cupboards. We were down to using our reserve supplies, and so we went in, and wife took 1 cart and half the list, and I took another cart and took half the list, and we come up to the register and we set a 3rd cart up, so when they started emptying the cart and scanning, they just put it right in, started putting it in the 3rd one instead of trying to empty one before. But what a fiasco that is to try to get them to figure out how to do that. That's a whole nother deal. But anyway, so I haven't had a chance to look for it because I've been busy all my other times when I ain't been working or trying to get a nap in there somewhere. Hot Shot Secret was supposed to reveal the new product this week. Do we have any information on that new product that was being revealed this week?
I forgot all about that. You're right. Yes. Oh boy, I'll have to check.
All right. Well, maybe we can figure that out. Get some late breaking information news there, up to date on that.
Was that reveal supposed to be? I can't remember. Was that supposed to be Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it was the reveal, the new product.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago. I saw it on Facebook there, and then so after that it was we gotta love these Pennsylvania people, the way they learn how to drive. It's all right. I got a proximity detector for the front end of my truck, Your Honor. When they move in front of me and I can't see their headlights at the end of my long-nosed Peterbilt hood, the high beams come on. Imagine that. I don't know. Something about the automatically just comes right on, and then he goes one space to get off and exit. It makes a lot of sense, right? As Philip was saying, how much do you value your life? Because I hate to say it, but this Peterbilt don't swerve. It's kind of like a train. You might as well just call it Conrail on the tracks. Ain't moving over for you. Sorry, but anyway. So where were we here? I don't know. The new product there. So we were working on that, and did Ohio there? Did they have that 3-something inflation rate that President Biden's talking about? Because I know out here in Maryland we really don't have that 3-something inflation rate that President Biden said the inflation went down to. Is that, you got that there, or where maybe it's in California? Could it possibly be out in California, that 3-something inflation rate?
All I know is that the prices that went up, they haven't come down. That's the when the prices when you had the 15% increase in inflation, the prices, everything where it went, all right, they haven't come down. I guess the lower inflation means they're not going up as fast as they were, but they're not coming. They're still going up, and I guess they'll never come back down, will they?
Yeah, I'm thinking not, especially when things start costing more, because the like the fast food workers out there in California have to have $20 an hour now, and of course, unless you work for Panera Bread, but that's another story on its own that you've gone into enough. But yeah, I don't see how prices could actually try to come down at all. So I don't know. So to have the inflation rate come down. I don't know how that works, but it's only going to be put off by a couple months that the Fed was going to possibly, I heard the president say it's only going to be a couple months possibly that before the Fed will bring the rate down.
Right.
Yeah, so you just hold your hand out for the discount. No, I don't know. Anyway, but I don't know. Not a lot other than that happening. When I did get started there a little bit late today I'm doing an odded thing here again today, doing an incognito type deal. But I heard you saying something about 6 inches of rain. Where's 6 inches of rain supposed to be coming down in the next couple of days? You were saying something about that. Only thing I heard was the amount of rainfall in the next couple of days, and that's almost a full month of rain up here for the Mid-Atlantic area.
I think you're going to be I don't know if you're going to see 6 inches. I mean, we're like supposed to see 2 to 4 inches over the next couple of days here. Now,
are you? Okay.
In that zone down south, he had from eastern Texas all the way over to the Carolinas. That's where, yesterday morning, some counties in Texas had already picked up like 7 inches of rain.
All right. So did any of those tornadoes develop there? You were saying something about the Weather Service and was saying that there was supposed to be double digits tornadoes there for last night. Did that ever develop that way, or how did that work out?
There were a number of tornado warnings this past day. I cannot say whether or not. I haven't seen any up to date reports. Let me see. I'm looking back. There's 1, 2, 3 hours. Yeah, there were a whole bunch. I mean, more flood warnings than anything else, but. Yeah, anywhere from Louisiana through Mississippi, there were numerous tornado warnings. Now they did have a tornado that crossed, I believe it was I-20 in Mississippi, where they had the photographs of trees actually down on top of tractor trailers. The interstate was shut down. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, anyways, as I say, I haven't had a chance to even turn the TV on there in 2 days, so haven't been keeping track of what's happening around the world or even my local backyard. So relying on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive network of news and weather and information and trucking information to keep me up to date on what's going on in the world. But anyways, other than that, we're just riding around here incognito, and I only got a 48-foot billboard behind me today, so we'll see how we make out with that. I think I'm probably pretty glad of that going to New Jersey, only having 48 instead of 53. So anyways, we'll work on that, and maybe we can report something back, and if not, we'll report back in later there on a Casual Friday. And just remember, when it rolls around to Casual Friday does not mean drive naked. No specific person intended in that, but if you fit the clause, if you fit the bill for that, please don't drive naked. But other than that, there's no specific.
No specific. That's not a specific message for Scarecrow. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It is 844-3388. So the country music star we shared the story, Morgan Wallen. Yeah, he may be in a little more trouble than he thought in the wake of his arrest. The felony charges at the Nashville bar this past weekend, Sunday. If you missed it, 3 felony counts of reckless endangerment and a single count of disorderly conduct. He threw the chair off the rooftop of the bar, 6-story building. Police claimed he was on the roof of the Chief's Bar, where that chair landed ultimately. There were officers standing literally feet away when it crashed to the ground. They checked the surveillance video. He posted bond, $15,250. But according to a former New York prosecutor and attorney, these charges are not something to laugh about. The felony charges are the most serious ones and could land him in jail for up to 6 years if he were prosecuted and convicted on those charges. Like, wow. Now, the reckless endangerment counts could have been charged as misdemeanors, which would have made them less serious and exposed him to a maximum of 11 months and 29 days in jail. But undoubtedly, he's going to have to be, I guess his attorneys are going to be probably doing some wheeling and dealing things, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised at maybe some sort of an alcohol treatment program maybe in the mix to work along with that, about 15 before the hour. Yes, according to AccuWeather, severe weather, including tornadoes, continue pressing eastward across the southern states on into Thursday here. Yesterday, of course, they were tracking damaging wind events that included tornadoes along the Interstate 10 corridor. What do you have? 250,000 were without power stretching from Texas to Alabama by later Wednesday afternoon. Okay, severe weather that began to focus along and ahead of this advancing cold front Wednesday night. That's going to determine the extent of severe weather later in the day today, Thursday in the southeast. They're highlighting once again Texas, not nearly as much. It's going to be more of a zone, kind of some risk of severe weather for much of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and Georgia. The greater risk, southern Alabama, southern Georgia, and they're really highlighting a zone along the Gulf Coast, I say stretching from Tallahassee back to, not quite to New Orleans, but say southeastern Mississippi, the Alabama coast, and the Florida Panhandle. That's a real concern zone for the upcoming day. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here at 844-844-3388. I got a list of some of the events that our new parent company will be partaking in the coming weeks throughout the spring and the summer months. That would be Gold Eagle Brands. Let's see, some of the events they're hosting or will be participating in. First, it's the Gold Eagle Company Cars and Coffee, as they call it, hosted at their headquarters and manufacturing plant from 9 a.m. to noon. Free coffee provided along with swag bags and extreme discounts on the 303 and Staybill products. All makes and models of cars, trucks, SUVs are welcome. They've got plenty of parking. I guess first for this year is coming up on May the 4th, so just a few weeks away. And they got one June 1, then August 3rd. Mecum Auto Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction. From entry-level to investment-grade classics, exotics, trucks, motorcycles, and everything in between, Mecum has a ride for every budget. Come see the Staybill and 303 teams to get great deals and education on fuel additives and premium detailing products to keep your ride looking and performing like brand new. So there's a number of events coming up between now and the end of the year. First on the list here is Indianapolis, coming up May the 10th through the 18th. Then you get into the summertime, the Kissimmee Summer Special, July the 10th through the 13th, so they'll be there. And what else? The Grid Life Festival Tour encompasses all things motorsports and music festival. During the J, enjoying GLTC wheel-to-wheel racing, time attack, and drifting with some of the largest names in the motorsports world. At night, enjoy a large stage with famous music artists to give the ultimate festival vibe. Staybill and 303 have great deals and products, and meet the greats at the booth. Some of their drivers, Cal Fortner, Kelsey Rollins, and some other special guests. This next date is just about to get underway. Friday, as a matter of fact. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Carolina Motorsports Park. Stop by and see them there. Then in the month of June, it's the Ginger Man Raceway, the Midwest Festival, June 7th through the 9th. Just a few things Gold Eagle, our parent company, will be participating in. All right, we're back with Eagle back on board this morning, maybe. Hello, Eagle. Yeah, I think that is the sound of sawing logs. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Scarecrow. There he is. Welcome back.
Well, Steve, that previous caller there, I think he's making a whole lot more out of that merge than is really factual there. I mean, he had that open mic, live mic. We did not hear any diesel horn. We did not hear any F-bombs dropped out the window. Nah, he's an attention grabber. And we know that, given how he's getting more and more appreciation for pulling these trailers with skirts and such. So I'll take it with a grain of salt as far as what I want to wear or don't wear on Casual Friday there. Come on. Oh, you mentioned Eagle there. I was thinking about him at the very moment here when you're talking food prices, and actually this falls into horse feathers. And we had conversation a couple mornings back about the grocery shopping and such way. It doesn't seem like that many years back. I used the $20 bill as my pricing guide, and this is back when we still had everybody used the paper bags and such. And I thought that was extreme when it took $20 to fill one of them paper bags. Well, these days $20 doesn't fill the miniature plastic bags that they're using there. But we kind of we price compare and this and that. We've talked before about downsized packaging at the same price, but kind of a unique scenario here. I stop in our Menards home improvement a couple of times a week, and they've expanded just about everything there is besides home improvement stuff, and the basic groceries are one item. Now, for instance, I think it's who they have the brand or the Keebler or such. They have the club crackers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Menards will run them on special, and this is until they're gone. They'll hold the price. Tuesday they were, I believe, $3.47, and our local grocer, it's actually a statewide chain, their sale price that same day was $4.75. There's ways to fight the system and beat the system. And that chain is known to be a higher price than like Walmart or other areas or whatnot. And I mentioned Eagle there. It was about a week or two back. He brought up about the $6 bag of potato chips, and I thought, what the hell are you talking about? I seen the same bag, Steve. It was a couple of days later. they call it the family size bag, but just a plain old potato chip. It was $6 for this bag, and they come. They're half air by volume to begin with. It just unreal. Thinking of other pricing, for instance, now our unleaded, I think we're probably the lowest in the state. It's $3.20. Right now. Last night I was going to mention that, and I thought, no, I better stand correct myself. But yeah, when I left for tonight's trip, yeah, it was $3.20. The rest of the way down the interstate, it's about $3.50, $3.40, something like that. But what caught me off guard, and I think somebody maybe misput the price on the board. This was a quick trip at exit 69, Mawson, Wisconsin. The diesel price was showing it was either $3.68 or $3.88. Now, even if it were, the cash price, that's a pretty healthy break. Everybody else is over $4 yet that I've been paying attention to. Now I may burn up my airtime here, but on a happy note, Steve, old Slim Whitman and I, we've been rehearsing here a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Remember I told you we might bless you with that Indian Love tune here, tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. I gotta see if I can't find some of that. What did they call it? The Greasy Kid stuff. Remember back when probably when you were growing up, you could get this stuff to slick your hair down and your mustache, and I got to get some of that to really fit in. But
I think when I was a kid, Grandpa would put that crap in my hair for Sunday morning, go to church. He used Vitalis, and I think when I was a kid, they'd buy me Brill Cream. Remember Brill Cream?
Yes, I do. I'm going to have a legitimate, serious story. I know I'm going to run into your break here, but one of the lead stories on the news last night was, remember the shooting a year ago, that 6-year-old that shot his teacher?
Yes, I do recall that. Well, maybe we pause, okay, because we'll come back with more after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Annual inflation is up again in March, and underlying price pressures remain stubbornly strong, raising further questions about how much the Fed Reserve will be able to do to cut interest rates this year. Meantime, at the White House on Wednesday, President Biden was asked if he's concerned about rising inflation.
Well, I do stand by my prediction that before the year is out, there'll be a rate cut. This may delay it a month or so. I'm not sure of that. We don't know what the Fed is going to do for certain. We have dramatically reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%. We're in a situation where we're better situated than we were when we took office.
In reality, inflation has averaged 5.5% year over year under President Biden and averaged 1.9% under former President Donald Trump. Israel says retaliation by Iran will result in an Israeli attack. The Islamic Republic news agency reporting Tehran promised it would respond to an Israeli airstrike on an Iranian embassy compound in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader said consulates and embassies are considered soil of that country. The assistant principal at a Virginia elementary school where a 6-year-old shot his teacher in the face is facing 8 counts of felony child abuse and disregard for life.
Ebony Parker worked at Richneck Elementary in Newport News January 2023 when Abigail Zwerner was shot. Zwerner sued Parker last April, claiming Parker was warned several times that the boy was acting violently.
USA's Ryan Daniels with that report. Give me a break off that Krispy Kreme. 3 new flavors of Krispy Kreme Kit Kat donuts are being introduced for a limited time. Lovers of the donuts and candy bar can choose from the Kit Kat Cookie Dream Donut, the Kit Kat Salted Caramel Brownie Donut, and the Kit Kat Crunch Donut. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The Arizona Supreme Court upheld a roughly 160-year-old law that outlaws abortion in nearly all circumstances. This comes after former President Donald Trump released a campaign video about his position on abortion. He was asked before a fundraising event in Atlanta if Arizona went too far with their ruling.
Yeah, they did, and that'll be straightened out. And as you know, it's all about states' rights. That'll be straightened out. And I'm sure that the governor and everybody else are going to bring it back into reason, and that will be taken care of, I think, very quickly.
The Department of Education is asking for additional funds for their 2025 fiscal year budget. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona laid out plans for the funds, including money for graduate fellowships, educator training, and mental health services for students.
My purpose here today is to propose a budget that helps protect and support all of our nation's students, instead of creating a spectacle for the benefit of the media.
The Education Secretary speaking before lawmakers at the House Appropriations Subcommittee meeting. According to a new poll, Hispanic and Latino voters are increasingly turning on President Joe Biden in favor of the presumptive Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump. Ipsos releasing a poll that says former President Donald Trump performs better than his Democratic rival. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I did not catch that story. I guess I didn't catch my local news. He said yesterday in Cincinnati, a military convoy Humvee hit the side of a Freightliner, then collided with a Peterbilt. The Humvee then overturned into a tree line, ejecting a person. Do military vehicles have seatbelts? Good question. I would presume, but I don't know the answer to that question. All right, thanks for the tip there, though. I'll see if I can get more details on that. Wow. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Are we a tad bit late to the program this morning, Lauren? You're forgiven. 54 rain in Oakwood, Illinois. Just got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded for a high-speed trip south to an undisclosed location. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the absolute world headquarters of Parks Livestock International. Yeah, we haven't got an update from the Gouger. I'm kind of curious. I know he was, last update was, it's been about a week ago, and the expectation was that the grandson would be getting out of the hospital last Friday was the expectation, and he said he wasn't going to be heading back out on the road till he got to hold that baby. So haven't heard from him this week. Hope everything's going well with the grandbaby. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Finally checking in here on a Thursday morning. There's Gary. Now let's get back to Scarecrow, because he had did you say a serious story to get to?
Yeah, it's I call it serious. And yeah, it's serious too, Steve. For what it's worth, the military vehicles that leave the ground, I can assure you they have seat belts, and they are used. Yeah,
those. Yeah.
But earlier in the program, you were talking about golf summon, the Masters coming up. Just coincidentally, some of the solar eclipse coverage, the other night on the news, one of the quick clip, saw there was a Masters sign in the background. Oh shoot, they must be in Augusta. I'll bet the Masters is this weekend, and that is one of the tournaments I do watch, on and off. I'm not a fan of golfing or such, but I appreciate the sport and the competitors for what they're worth, given that they don't play for a team. They're not team members. They win or go home. They don't have a team to fall back on, or they can't make excuses. That's it's all or nothing right then and there. So so yeah, I probably will try to take in some of the coverage this weekend. But anyway, yeah, the story I started on, and actually half of my story was covered during your break regarding that shooting, by that 6-year-old. The principal, she's been charged for not taking it serious and pursuing and such. Now they said that they even searched, for the firearm, for the handgun, but they did not find it, prior to this shooting. So either way, Steve, we're watching this, during our evening meal, and I said to the bride, I said, how is it that a 6-year-old, well, first of all, how's that 6-year-old getting a hold of that firearm to begin with?
Right.
But how can one be in the mindset to pull off a shooting, like that? Now, and the bride, she's been in daycare. She's been the director of the center for about 20 years, but she's been involved with child care and daycare for 40 plus years. She said, if I were to come to the center right now, there are 4 and 5-year-olds that literally have evil in them, Steve. That she says that she could pick out a handful and she could put them right in that classroom and holding a firearm. That there's a batch of kids and progressively it gets worse each year, but zero respect, for adult authority and such. 4 or 5-year-olds, they have no problem dropping the F-bomb on a daily basis. And this is something that comes from home. This is not, well, I can say some of it is picked up in the daycare centers because you have the bad apples and you can have this little angel of a child in that same room, and he or she is going to pick up on that, and not knowing the true difference of good or bad, in the proper usage. But no, she says these kids, they know exactly when to use it and how to use this language, but no, there are some extremely bad apples, and like you say, these are 4 or 5-year-olds. 5-year-olds, they'll be leaving and starting kindergarten, next fall. There's gonna, well, we know there'll be more incidents, but no, it's not surprising to sit back and realize, that shooting from a year ago, that's the norm. There's so much violence in these kids' life, apparently, that they just lose touch of reality, and it should scare the kajibas out of every person in this country, or every responsible person anyway. So, Steve, that's all the seriousness. With that, I'll leave you with a
uh-oh. Oh, boy, the Indian low and brains all over exploding. The green slime. All right, let me see. Hello to Vic this morning. After hearing the conversation with Jolly Green, he said, Steve, Jolly Green's kind of picking a fight with the wrong people. The pharmacist is at the very end of a long, convoluted process. Their doctor should have explained their options. Now, by government decree, all chains must use a pharmacy benefits manager to set cost, and depending on the PHBM. Costs can vary, but basically the pharmacy has to provide medication at the lowest possible cost and by bid on government contracts. Now, as for inflation, what is the cause? Shrinkage, theft. That's also a factor. For what it's worth, myself, a former tunnel rat in Vietnam, and a guy named Eric were deploying a trading system when Eric was named director of the first consumer price index contract on the old coffee, sugar, and cocoa exchange. Somebody didn't like the results, and that's when they came up with core inflation. Last Friday, I didn't look at the new index replacing CPI, but I believe it tells a different story than the Fed. That wouldn't surprise me. All right, I did find a little more. The military convoy yesterday. Yeah, a Dayton man suffering serious injuries after being ejected from a U.S. Army Humvee involved in a crash with 2 tractor trailers on Interstate 75 in Westchester Township. A little after 11 a.m., southbound I-75, which temporarily shut down the highway at the Union Center Boulevard exit. Preliminary investigation revealed a U.S. Army Humvee driven by 21-year-old Naria Creighton of Reynoldsburg near Columbus was in the right lane, the right exit lane on Interstate 275 when the Humvee changed into the right middle lane and then back into the right exit lane, striking the side of a 2024 Freightliner Cascadia driven by 46-year-old Jay Shope of Forest in northern Ohio, according to the State Patrol. After striking the semi, the Humvee went back to the right middle lane, striking a 2018 Peterbilt driven by 64-year-old Michael Wright of Cincinnati. The impact forced the Humvee to go off the right side of the interstate and overturn into a tree line. 41-year-old Hassan Khan, ejected from the Humvee, taken by ambulance to UC Medical Center's Clifton campus with serious but not life-threatening injuries, according to troopers. Creighton and her other passenger, 21-year Timothy Weimer of Toledo, were also taken to the medical center for minor injuries. The 2 truck drivers not injured. Several vehicles painted in camouflage flanking the crash, which remains under investigation. Troopers were assisted at the scene by Westchester and Sharonville police. So the investigation ongoing there. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, alrighty. Let me get back to the calls here. I think Charlene, I believe, wanted to chime in a bit on the prescription drugs. Morning, Charlene.
Hello, Steve. I have prescriptions that are $30,000 a month.
Whoa.
Yeah. What I did, I called the company directly, and they do have programs, and I'm paying nothing for that prescription.
Wow. $30,000 a month, though. Is that must be some sort of experimental or something, or?
No, it's called Tyvaso. I have pulmonary hypertension.
Yeah.
It's a type of Viagra. And the hospitals don't even carry this medication.
Oh,
so if I go to the hospital, I have to take it with me.
That's amazing. I never heard of such a thing.
Yep. Several of my medications, I've called the company and I'm on their program. I have a diabetic pill that's $500 a month, and I called their company, and they have a program that's covering that.
I'll be darned.
So if you have an expensive medication, call the company. They more than likely have a program.
You're saying call the pharmaceutical manufacturer direct rather than like the pharmacy or something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the pharmacy is not going to tell you that information. I had to look it up online for the medication and the phone number to the company.
Kind of sounds like what Jolly Green was dealing with the $1,200 insulin there.
Yes. And at one time, even my insulin, it was $1,200 for one of my insulins. And I also contacted the company, and they had a program.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I had to pay a small amount, but it surely wasn't the $1,200.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, I wanted to put that information out for anyone that is having that issue. We did have good insurance until my husband's company closed down. And then I had to scramble for insurance. Plus, I had to cover both of our medications because he's also on heart medication. So a lot of the prescriptions that we're on are high dollar.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and for people, people that live on, if you live on a fixed income sort of thing, and a lot of these high dollar prescriptions are for older people, but I guess in many cases they will forego taking their medication because they can't afford them.
Exactly. Yep. There was a couple months that I went without a medication because I couldn't afford it.
Well, Charlene, it's good to hear from you. No. Thank you for checking in here on a Thursday morning. Yes, indeed. It's been a while since we've heard from Charlene. Quite some time. Okay, so room for you at 844-844-3388. With the kind of the shock of an earthquake in New York last Friday morning. That was the big story of the day, right? Yeah, a lot of earthquake talk. According to the Daily Mail this past day, California may be on the brink of experiencing one of the largest seismic events in the last 20 years. Researchers are closely observing the Parkfield section of the San Andreas Fault, historically prone to earthquakes approximately every 22 years. Now, they say the absence of the characteristic signature sounds that usually precede major quakes is causing concern there, suggesting this area might soon see a significant tremor. According to the new study published in the journal Frontiers in Earth Science, Parkfield's periodic quakes have punctuated the region's seismic history. Notable events recorded for 2004, 1983, 1966, 1934. As the fault section anticipates the next quake, according to Live Science, the lead researcher, pointing to the possibility of a major earthquake striking as soon as maybe this year. The San Andreas Fault, stretching from Eureka down past Palm Springs, has long been monitored due to the potential to unleash the much-feared big one. A major quake magnitude of 7.0 or greater, capable of inflicting significant death, injury, and property damage. Past tremors like the 6.9 Loma Prieta earthquake of 1989 have demonstrated the fault's destructive power. Now, in that date, it caused $16.8 billion of damage in 20 seconds' time. Back in 2004, the Parkfield quake demonstrated the widespread reach of such seismic activity. Impacts felt from Orange County to Sacramento and succeeded by numerous aftershocks. Despite the troubling signs and the nearing what they call the earthquake window, scientists note the area remains unusually quiet, seismically speaking. Anyway, they said the team seeking to deduce a pattern from Parkfield's historical quakes have identified a preparatory phase involving subterranean rock fissures in that strained region by analyzing seismic data leading up to the past events. And those findings lending some credence to that region's lack of volcanic activity. So, okay, it's 844-844-3388. 5-7 will be checking in coming up here, and, of course, room for you on a Thursday morning. Are our kids actually even doing any actual homework these days? Apparently, a lot of kids are just going to the computer, and they pull up this thing called ChatGPT. Say they've got a book report or some sort of report to do. And they just let the computer do the work. Remember the old days of let your fingers do the walking, the yellow pages? Nowadays, the computer does all the walking. There's a plagiarism detection company, Turinton, that released data claiming that at least 22 million papers submitted by students last year may have been written by artificial intelligence. Following the release of ChatGPT late in 2022 by OpenAI, millions of students have used similar chatbots to brainstorm ideas, inspire essays, and in some cases write their entire school paper. Schools are struggling to keep their kids in check and implemented the use of plagiarism detection software to combat an issue that has become rampant, they say. Turinton's technology has scanned more than 200 million papers written by mostly high school and college students. Of the documents they've reviewed, the software discovered 11% may contain artificial intelligence written content. In 20% of their content, 3% of those papers were found to have 80% or more having been artificial intelligence produced content. In other words, the AI wrote their entire report. Now, they said their writing detection technology, a highly reliable, proficient in distinguishing between what is artificial intelligence versus human-written text, and is specialized for student writing. I told the University Business that it's ultimately going to be up to student transparency and educator efficiency to mitigate the effects of the likes of chatbots in the classroom. Okay. Time to get a quick timeout, news break. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. As inflation continues to surge, significant price hikes are evident across various sectors, including auto insurance, baby food, and outpatient hospital services. A recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates a notable increase in 12-month price growth, rising from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. Former President Trump brushed off reports suggesting his campaign is lagging behind Democrats in fundraising. Speaking in Atlanta, he pointed out that despite having less money than Hillary Clinton in 2016, he emerged victorious. House Speaker Mike Johnson is warning any attempt to remove him from his position would result in chaos within the House. Johnson reiterated his leadership approach Wednesday prior to a meeting with Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene. Greene had previously initiated a motion to vacate the Speaker's chair before the House recessed for 2 weeks last month. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
We recognize one man for a polling career that commanded respect every time Simon says so, and one who outfoxed his competition en route to 6 championships. All as we wrap up another great year with our Polling Hall of Fame inductions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The grand finale of every NTPA season since 1980 has been the announcement of inductees into the Polling Hall of Fame. This year's awards were sponsored by American Awards of Grove City, Ohio, and Weimer Fuel and Turbo of Sandy Lake, Pennsylvania. Our first 2023 inductee is Roger Simon of Farley, Iowa, the 1993, 1997, and 1998 Grand National two-wheel drive truck champion, all with the Simon Says Dodge. Mr. Simon passed in 2020. Accepting on his behalf are his sons Brandon and RJ and teammate Steve Olson.
Dad, he always had the attitude to win, and that's the attitude that he raised me and RJ to do. The only reason I got a diesel is after he passed, because no smokers, stay away from the smokers. So we had to wait a while before we got them. And can't thank everybody in NTPA enough, and my brother for everything he does, and our family. And this is a big honor, and I'm sure he's looking down on us.
My dad I wish he was here. I know he's watching down. He loved pulling. He was always, he had open heart surgery. When he came to, first thing he asked me was, how's my new chassis coming? And it's all he was looking forward to. He loved tractor pulling, truck pulling. He was a two-wheel drive guy. I'm proud to have that four-wheel drive running again. He'd always tell us, boys, work hard, play harder. You might think we're all crazy.
A long time ago, somebody asked Roger, how much does it cost to go pulling? Roger said, I don't know how much it costs, but none of the kids ever got in trouble, so I guess it's priceless.
Our second 2023 inductee is Dennis Horst of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. Mr. Horst won 6 titles in the NTPA's Modified Mini Division over a span of 16 years, all with Red Fox. Mr. Horst officially retired from pulling after 50 years in the sport.
I started pulling in 1973, as you've seen, with my dad's wheel horse at my local county fair in my hometown, Chambersburg. Traveled to a tractor pull in Kinzer, Pennsylvania, where I saw my first mini rod with 2 Corvair engines in it. I had to have one. I was fortunate enough to get good advice from fellow pullers. As we all know, tractor pulling is a family sport. As Keith and I would travel, we had the privilege of staying at these people's homes. I have my family with me here tonight. My wife Tina, sons and daughters, Keith and Aaron, Kelly and Brad, Chris and Ashlyn. Tractor pulling allows you to be an engineer, a welder, a mechanic, a machinist, an engine builder, etc. in creating a vehicle to pull with. Tractor pulling provided me the opportunity to meet and make friends with hundreds of people all over a period of roughly 30 years on the national circuit. I was privileged to have traveled to 30 different states and Canada on the Grand National Circuit. Would I do anything different? No.
For a complete list of all of our 2023 award winners, visit ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. One of these days, they tell us, hey, we're going back to the moon. And apparently, a lucky Japanese astronaut, if all goes according to plan, will become the first non-American to set foot on the moon during one of NASA's upcoming Artemis missions. Now, that was the announcement from President Biden this past day, the offer to Japan. An opportunity, they say, that many nations have long dreamed of as part of the Prime Minister's state visit this past day. As Washington tries to strengthen ties with our key Asian ally, 2 Japanese astronauts will join future American missions, and one will become the first non-American ever to land on the moon, says Biden. The Japanese Prime Minister hailed the announcement as a huge achievement and announced that Japan would, in return, supply a rover for the program. Now, we know Artemis is trying to return humans to the moon for the first time in 50 years and ultimately build a lunar presence ahead of somewhere down the line, maybe going to Mars. Now, we all recall the Apollo program, 60s and 70s, that saw 12 Americans, all white men, they point out, walk on the moon. NASA had previously announced the Artemis program would see the first woman and the first person of color land on the moon. America will no longer walk on the moon alone, according to NASA's chief, Bill Nelson. Diplomacy is good for discovery, and discovery is good for diplomacy. The first mission to take astronauts to the lunar surface will be Artemis 3. That's planned right now. It's been bumped to 2026. China, meanwhile, has said they're looking to put humans on the moon by 2030. We're kind of in a space race once again, like we were back in the late 60s. Morning 5-7.
Good morning. Yeah, I would say for I can't even remember his handle. Ain't that? He's old enough. Medicaid, Medicare, you sign up. Believe me, I could not afford my wife's medicine. It wasn't that. And this one shot she takes every Monday, and and then the rest of the pills she's taking, there's just no way I could afford it on what I make. And when you include the metformin that I get from the VA in Clemson or whatever, Clemson, it would wipe me out. So I know you're old enough to sign up for it. That's the only way I can tell you that you can survive. Whenever she had bone trouble, her bones were getting dark colored and weak, and her diabetic doctor, whatever, put her on some kind of a medication, and she had to take a shot every day in her belly. I think Lauren Weiss's wife said $6,000 a shot. I don't know how you can justify that. $6,000 a shot. And after so long, they took her off that, and they told her in the beginning, this may cause cancer. And when they took her off that, now she has to get it every 6 months. And yet she's diagnosed with low-grade leukemia. So it's just, it is what it is. But so it's just good, God bless you. Whatever. The other thing, the thing I called for is he was talking about they're on there trying to tell how to survive Bidenomics. Feed yourself. Well, that reminded me of Jimmy Carter telling you how to survive Carternomics. Turn the heat down and put a sweater on. So we're deja vu with the Democrats all over again. How about it? All right, buddy. I'm in the swamp. I'm probably getting a bad signal out. But appreciate you. We'll be listening. 5-7. Over now. I'll be the man.
And Jolly Green Giants. How could he forget Jolly Green? Okay. All right. What do we have here? It's 844-844-3388. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. And the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. 58. And good chance of rain today for Fort Wayne. Pretty much the same for Sterling Heights. Sounds like you're going to be playing in the rain. Michigan, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back once again. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, Pappy, I know he was on hold a bit earlier, but guess he kind of got tied up there. He said, hey, remind me tomorrow night to debunk all the Sundance's bullshish kebab. You pretty much did tonight, but is he going to be like that socialist CNN, MSNBC news commentators and the White House staff and tell us inflation is down? Yeah, straight to our faces. Does he actually believe that? Steve, I went to Home Depot, bought 2 large bags of fertilizer, dandelion killer, and fertilizer all in one, $69 a bag. Last year, it was $49. I remember that because the total was just over $100 with tax last year. Yeah, kind of eerie that it was under $100. Now, I wanted to say if it were, say, $35.99, if my math is correct, that's a 100% increase. Double the price of 2 years ago. I'm telling you, I think Sundance does this on purpose just to get reactions out of us. I don't know, but yeah, probably. I think we've thought that for quite some time. All right, Horse Feathers was asking, who's going to see all that rain? Well, it's the southeast right now. It's going to be a soggy day here where actually we're similar to a scenario we were set up in last week where parts of the Ohio Valley region is seeing some rain this morning. But then we're supposed to warm up, close to like 70 degrees. And somewhere about midday into the early afternoon, some stronger storms are supposed to be firing up. Could again see severe weather, possible tornadic activity. I don't think the tornado risk is as high this week as it was last. Because as I recall, we were in like a Torcon 7, something I'd never seen this far to the north. But that is the case. And all that rain's going to be heading your way, Horse Feathers, in the northeast. The storm that will unload up to a foot of rain in the south central states will bring its share of downpours and problems to the northeast from now into Friday. You saw some lighter showers early this morning, kind of moving in. This front is just crawling through the region. But rain heavy enough to cause flooding returns Thursday to Friday there in the northeast. Once again, a general 1 to 3 inches will come down with some locally higher amounts. At the very least, we'll see some urban flooding problems increasing along the I-95 zone from Thursday night to Friday. That's you, Horse Feathers. D.C. to Philly to New York City and Boston. You'll see enough rain to trigger ponding on streets and highways. Some drivers may need to find an alternative route. And, of course, we'll see enough rain coming down to overwhelm some of the drainage systems in some of the underpasses. Even though you've had a few dry days here as of late. But, of course, you saw a good soaking last week. Same storm will trigger thunderstorms once again, some approaching severe levels for the day ahead. For your Thursday, 2 main pockets of severe weather for this afternoon and evening. One will exist over the Midwest, eastern Kentucky, much of Ohio, and part of western Pennsylvania. Second area extending northward from the southern states. Severe storms possible from northern Florida all the way up to Maryland and Delaware later today. That whole eastern seaboard. Heavy to locally severe thunderstorms over part of the central Appalachians will connect those two zones. And both of those zones will bring that full spectrum of severe weather. High winds, hail, tornadoes, torrential downpours, and, of course, the enhanced flooding risk. Okay, we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see. It was about a month ago, I guess. March 4th, anyway, 2024. Headline from CNBC that stated the U.S. national debt is rising by $1 trillion about every 100 days. That is incredible. Yeah, I think Vic wanted to chime in a bit more about the whole inflation scenario, correct?
Right. Yeah, real quick. Thanks for reading the email. And on this drug thing, I was glad Charlene called in there because my daughter's a pharmacist. My son-in-law manages a drug store. And I get to hear all the war stories about people that come in. And long story short, there are so many different programs out there. And lots of times the person that's giving you your medicine at the window is a pharmacy technician. It is not the pharmacist. And they're really, the techs really aren't supposed to say too much or anything else. So that's why I said Jolly Green was picking a fight with the wrong person. Because every insurance company, they give you this big old tablet, you know, the formulary stuff and all that. And so anyway, that was my point on that. But on, whenever Sundance called in, he was talking about too many people or too much money chasing too few goods, which that is the basic thing about inflation. But the other thing is you have to look at the cost side of it. And the best way I can explain that is how many of these stores are leaving areas, high crime areas, because they can't sustain the theft loss. Mm-hmm. So they just leave. But they're still stuck with the real estate cost and everything else. They can't get rid of the property. And that really has nothing to do with too many dollars chasing too few goods. And what I was talking about was the spike. And we had a spike in COVID. We had a spike back in the 1973 oil crisis. And in the 73 oil crisis, to get off the Biden versus Trump thing, Nixon was the first one that come out and says, well, we need to have price controls. And we're going to control the price of fuel at the pump. And IRS will going to manage this. You probably don't remember all that. Well, guess what? When Nixon put on price controls, guess what everybody's price was? The highest possible allowed. So then here comes Carter, and he says, well, all these oil companies, they're going to make a lot of money on their inventory and on their wells that are in production. So we're going to pass a windfall profits tax. But if they import oil, they don't have to pay that. And that's where Mark Rich, the commodity trader, got in trouble by using imported oil and acting like that it was drilled oil and not subject to the windfall profits tax.
Okay.
And so those two factors there the jump in energy prices obviously kicked off inflation and everything else. So, it was just the whole chain that went downhill. And that was a point I did look up the new CPI thing, and I think CNBC reported it was 3.8%. And there had been a lot of people that had went long bonds and the actual bonds, because if the bond had higher interest rate, then they should go up in price if the Fed reduced the interest rate. Well, instead, Jerome Powell came out last Friday and said, well, you know what, we might need to look at this a little bit more. Well, that's why the stock market took a dump there last Friday. It's like 400 points, I think, or something like that.
Yep.
Because now here's all these people, they're trapped long in bonds. So what are they going to do with them? Are they just going to hold them and tough it out, or are they just going to, take the loss and move on and do something else? So, there's a whole lot more than just too many dollars chasing too few goods. So you have to look at the whole macroeconomic picture.
Well, real quick,
so
because we're almost out of time. How could Joe Biden yesterday get off with that statement that, we all understand inflation is from 12% now down to 3.2, went to 3.5. But he said that inflation, we're better off than we were when I took office. Where the hell does that come from?
I have no idea. I guess it was on his little flashcard to say that. But no, whenever you look at like the Goldman Sachs Commodity Index or the Commodity Research Bureau, all these different private indexes, and I think you read that about what the cost is now compared to what it was when he took office. And by the way, when Trump took office, you remember Obama said, what's he going to do? Wave a magic wand to make the economy come back?
Yep.
Well, the economy was coming back. And Janet Yellen, she was at the Federal Reserve then, and she raised interest rates whenever the economy was going and kind of slowed it down. I wouldn't say they really knocked it in the head, but they slowed it down. And she said, well, I wanted to raise the interest rates because then I could lower it if I needed to. And everybody that was trading bonds or commodities or anything else, they was like, say what?
Are you
that's not the way
nuts? And we had the best jobs numbers in 50 years, the lowest unemployment for African Americans, all that, and we didn't see anything of the inflation like we've seen under Joe Biden. But there you go. We'll leave off there. All right, have a great Thursday. We'll come back for, what do you say, Casual Friday at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that